live, bro. Shit, we live on Zoom right now. Hey, we lit, we live. Hey, we back in business, you heard me? Y'all got flow, you heard me? Hey, they had us shut down on YouTube for a week. We back in business. See if I can get y'all some music playing here. $15 gonna be in this joint in a minute. Hey, Rob, about 12.
Marion Slots, Olympia Park.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Hold on.
Oh, okay. You just started, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
We live on YouTube right now.
Okay. You about to show some stuff on the screen?
Oh yeah. You can see my screen right now.
Yeah, I can see it. Yeah, with the crown and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, we'll come back to this because live on YouTube right now, man. I'm waiting on the 15th. Yeah, we back in business, man. They had us shut down for a week. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man.
They hating on us, man. They don't want us to put this right knowledge out, man.
Yeah, bro. Hey, I'm good, man. That situation. that situation I was talking about to you earlier.
Oh
I'm
yeah,
good.
You talking?
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
You know, I have no problems. You know, the rest of the day. You know, so
You ain't see her for the rest of the day.
no, she didn't say nothing else. You know, so I said I had to see her one more time, but she didn't say nothing to me. You know what I'm
Okay.
saying? So, but I checked my aura was straight, so I was fine. I'm good. So
Oh yeah.
I'm good. So I'm good. But yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, my boy Lifeway having like an event on the 23rd, man. I was trying to come get down there to that joint, man, but this house situation.
Mm.
I'm gonna put this let me share this joint real quick. Download, I think it was off this joint. Was it a screenshot? It was on Facebook, I think. Oh yeah, this it right here. Boom. Oh yeah, I'm sharing this event too because I'm gonna promote this event for my guy Lifeway, man.
Okay.
I supposed to have been at this event. This the can you see that screen? Can you see that flyer?
Yeah, I can see it. I can see it. I have to kind of blow it up a little. It
Yeah,
said
I'm sure.
all eyes on Egypt.
Yeah.
April 23rd, 24.
Yeah, there's gonna be some good guys up in that joint, man. We got the brother Sunrise gonna be in the building. Sister Amunet gonna be in the building. The brother Amun gonna be in the building.
Is that our army net?
No, there's another sister Amunet gonna be in the building.
Okay. I might have to. Yeah. So it's where's that? It's gonna be where?
It's gonna be at Rock Eagle Mound. Rock Eagle Mound. I think it's like the center. Don't they got like a refreshment center or something out there? But this is what he told me.
I just been out to the mound, the original mound. They got like what you call a tower that overlooks it, and they got like a parking lot right there, and that's the only place I ever been over there. Right there, you know what I'm saying? It's like a big parking lot, but maybe they have something out there, you know, I haven't seen. You know, they might have it out there. I just haven't been there. I usually just go straight to check out the Rock Eagle Mound, and it's got like a fence around it, and but you can go up like this little tower, and you can see it from an aerial point of view. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the spot that you're having it at, man. On April 23rd, April 24th. I think you're gonna have like some good vegan food. It's probably gonna be a lot of venues out there selling with their food, their books. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be a extravagant event. I supposed to be in this.
It's gonna be on a week. Is that on a weekend?
I think the 23rd is on the weekend. I think it's on the weekend.
Yeah, I might just shoot out there. You know what I'm saying? Check them out.
Yeah, it's gonna be lit, man. You know, everybody gonna be in the building. I was gonna be in the building, man, but you know, I had that dang house situation.
Yeah.
Man, we on that coconut water, man. That joint lit. I found a tall joint now. Found a tall joint, like it's a double joint.
How much those run?
This one right here, like $4, but like I bought a whole case of them for like I think it's like $12.
Where did you buy them at? Like what was a grocery store?
Yeah, like you can get them you can get them at like Kroger's, Brookshire's. You can get them at like really like my wife, she be getting them from the herb store. It's like a herb store down here on the other side of town. She be getting them from there.
Okay.
Sometimes I found some at the grocery store. Yeah, we in the building, man. We live. Yeah, check out this event. If y'all in, check out this event. if you're in the Atlanta area, my brother LifeWave having an event, you know what I'm saying, for the gods, you know what I'm saying, return of the gods, return of the netters, you know what I'm saying, it's gonna be lit. We in the building, you know what I'm saying. Plus I got the clothing line. You see the clothing line, like you can see when you go to my page and click on the videos, you can see the merch. I got the merch. I told them 10,000 more subscribers, I'm gonna be selling merch. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Matter of fact, let me go ahead and bump that joint. Let me go ahead and bump one for you real quick. Hold up, let me bump this.
Yeah.
Hold up, let me bump this real quick. Cause I told them I'm gonna be selling them mercs at 10,000 subscribers, man. Now I mean, they wait till I got to 11,000 subscribers to start selling them mercs. We live, we lit. Got a new dance and it goes like this.
Got a new dance and it goes like this.
I can't tell if
something that you can't move to. Had to do something that you can't move to. Had to do something that you can't move to. The college dance no wow. You know that we on hot. You know they gotta move as soon as they hit a drop. Had to do something that you can't move to. Had to do something that you can't move to. The college dance no wow. You know that we on hot.
We'll start in a minute, man. We just wait on a couple more people to get in.
Bet.
Nigga be too hard. Can't stay up out of jail. $1,200 worth of bills in the mail, and he still need. Girl, you looking fine, but you kinda in the farm. I only make a couple dollars on this line, but I got something that you can't move to. You start moving and I almost lost my Bluetooth. Had to do something that you can't move to. Had to do something that you can't move to. The college there's no rock. You know that we on hot. You know they gotta move as soon as they hit a drop. Had to do something that you can't move to. Had to do something that you can't move to. The college there's no rock. You know that we on hot. You know they gotta move as soon as they hit a drop. Downtown Atlanta, and we going to go get some herbs. Drop the top of what we told. So my girl don't hit the curve. Wave, and I asked him what's the word. He said, pay attention to nature, man. You gotta watch the bird. Hit the safest date, pull up looking like a nerd. They say I switched the game up, so that's what they heard. Cut my music down when I pull up at the church. Preacher say he need a Bentley just to spread the word. The never listen around me, so I stay on high alert. We told you come to us, sorry else you gon' get turned. 3,000 more subscribers and I'm gonna be selling birds. Talking tough around me, they might put you in the dirt. Don't come down in dollars, but they just might get you hurt. 10 folks on the corner and they still moving word. All we trying to do is get some you can move to. I'ma just do me and you just do you. Had to do something you can move to. Had to do something you can move to. They call us there's no rock. You know that we on hot. You know they gotta move as soon as they hit a drop. Had to do something that you can't move to. Had to do something that you can't move to. We live, bro. I'm trying to get time for the 15th to jump in here. Hey, but I'm gonna talk about this though. Let me get this right here. I want to play this audio book, man. To this because a lot of cats been coming out talking about the masonry, and they ain't really dropping it, man. They just talking a bunch of bullshit. we got a lot of I got a lot of books, man, on masonry, man.
Yeah, I'm I'm looking at I'm gonna send you that stuff. trying to get my stuff together. I'm trying so I can sing you.
Oh yeah, man. Look, I might be able to find that one book though. Online.
You got the you got it.
Hey,
I got that Indian
this
thing that
I got
Doc.
that Indian. What'd you say?
Yo, I got this. Doc wrote this question and answer for clandestine and Prince Hall.
Oh yeah.
Answers. Doc wrote this little pamphlet, and he talks about Prince Hall and shit in there, dressing with the Prince Hall and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me see if I can show it to you. Hold up. I don't know if I can. Let me see.
I see you though.
Hold up.
Yeah, I see you. I don't see the book though. Oh, you trying to get your phone set up?
Hold up. Dang it.
There you go, right there. I see you though.
Hold on. Right. Can you see me? Can you see
I
it?
see. Yeah, I can't see the. Put it up closer.
Hold up. Let me turn my light on. I got the light off. Let me see. Let's turn the light. Oh shit! I don't got to take that light out. That's what it is.
Oh, somebody in the hold up. I think somebody waiting to get in. Oh, they go to 15 right there. Dang.
You see it?
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, this one right here.
Yeah. I see. I can't see the letters on it though. Hey, Rob by 15. Oh yeah, I see it. It's called the Wapian Grand Lodge International.
Yeah, international.
Yeah. Hey, look, that joint look hot, man.
Yeah,
Oh
yeah. Yeah, you can. If you got some here, like says, let me see. He said, "What is Prince Hall?"
Mm-hmm.
Right. Question is, what is Prince Hall? He said, "Call oneself a Prince Hall Mason, an Egyptian shrine or a Dara Isis, the same thing as a Freemason in the world saying I'm a Negro." Huh?
Hey, we about to prove that. Hey, look, we about to bag.
Yeah, that's what Doc said. You call yourself, you say I'm a fucking Negro. He said Negro and an ex-slave, free by European masters, willing to beg and plead and request a petition for the right to like them to be equal.
Yeah.
He going off on it, man. I'm gonna send that to you.
Oh, yeah, you gotta send that joint to me, man. Oh, yeah, I'm happy. Because I'm gonna get it when I put the book
he lit him up on this, man. He lit up Prince Hall on this shit, man.
Yeah, hey, look.
About them.
Hey, we're gonna talk about a little of that tonight, man. A little of that Prince Hall stuff tonight.
Yeah,
right here,
hey, this hold on, I got one more thing else to show you.
All right.
Where's it at?
Got this right here.
Roll back, my brothers.
Hey,
roll back.
15. We in
Yeah,
the building. We back in business. You heard me? We back in
Yes,
business.
indeed.
They had us gone for a week, man. We back. About to get this shit cracking, cuz. Live with the sons of Tahuti right now. They finally let me get my merch some of my page. So I had, like I say, like if you ain't got, be sure to hit that subscribe and like button. And if you ain't got the books, like I say, you can send me a $50 donation. We'll have the links in the description. You get all 8 books to your email. Hey, pull it to the screen a little bit closer.
You see this one?
Yeah. The original handbook of the Order of the Eastern Stars. Never before.
As never before.
As never before. Oh yeah, that joint probably lit too, man.
Yeah, man, it's about, see how thick it is, right?
Yeah, oh, that joint thick. It's like thick like the list at the record scrape.
Yeah, it's thick like that, man.
Joint, man. God, dog.
Yeah, so I'm gonna send you those two, man.
Yeah, hey, look. Hey, when I get those two, we're gonna condense them and we're gonna put all this shit up in our head. We're gonna make it heavy.
Yeah, make it heavier, man. Let me see. Hold on. One more. Hold up.
Yeah, I got a couple books on masonry, man. I got a lot of shit on masonry. I got pretty much all they shit, bro. I'm telling you, like every single like detail down to the letter. But I was gonna show you. All right, this here is a real picture, like a real like one of them charcoal pictures of Benjamin Banneker, the real Prince Hals.
Hey, this is the fellow craft, man.
Oh yeah.
This one Doc wrote.
Oh yeah, that joint there look like it's hot.
Yeah, this he goes in on this one, man. Explaining stuff too, man.
That joint look like it's hot, man. So Baba got a couple joints. Hold on, somebody else trying to get in. My bad. Like the first they were trying to get in too. Yeah, see, hey, you know, Prince Hals is like it's really a fictitious character. The real character is Benjamin Banneker. Yeah, Benjamin Banneker. All my Moors know that. Prince Hals was a code name for Grand Master Benjamin Banneker Bey, also known as Chief Justice Big Ben Bey Emmanuel Mu Ali, Prince of the Lanap. I think I'm saying that right. Hey, look, I got this audio book. I'm gonna play it, but I just want to talk about this a little bit. We're gonna be talking about the Tahuti joint tonight, because you know, I put the Emerald tablets out. I'm also be putting Baba's book, audio book out of the scarce wisdom of Tahuti.
Right.
And so we're gonna put that one joint out next. You know what I'm saying? But the story of Benjamin Banneker, oh man, you know what? I might do the audio separate on it. But look, but I wanted to show you, you know, that Benjamin Banneker dad, he was born in West Africa, so he was really from the same tribe as Mansa Musa, you know. And he met his mom in Barbados. So his mom was from Barbados and his dad was from West Africa. Hold on, matter of fact, let me play the audio for you. Hold on, I got it. I'm gonna show you. Hey, tell me, can you hear this?
Did you know that there was a Grand Lodge in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, which was set up by Moors before Prince Hall? Prince Hall was made up by Caucasians Hyksos. You can clearly see the connection between this.
Can you hear that?
Yeah, I can hear it.
Temple Lodge and the African Grand Lodge in Timbuktu.
Oh, let me show you.
The Grand Temple Lodge in Timbuktu was built in 1327 by Moors under the leadership of King Mansa Musa, who was Mansa of Mali, West Africa. The Grand Temple on the left was built by...
All right, so right here, you see the Grand Temple. This right here is the Grand Temple in Philadelphia. This was the original temple built by the Moors, right? The original Grand Lodge of Philadelphia, because Philadelphia was our capital, right? The original capital of the Moors. And you look at the temple on the I think it'd be probably your left, my right, in Timbuktu. That's the temple that was built by Mansa Musa, right? You can see the connection. You can see the you know, the building connection, right? The structure connection. You can see it. So built by the same people, right? And so what they was to do is in I think it was 1771 is when they started taking over his lodge. But we actually built the lodge that you see in Philadelphia in 1404. So so just let me keep on playing it. It ain't gonna take that long though.
By Moors as well, Africans. The Moorish Grand Lodge of Pennsylvania, which they added the officially, the Right Worshipful Grand Lodge of the most ancient and honorable fraternity of free and accepted Masons of Pennsylvania and Masonic jurisdictions thereunto belonging, is the premier Masonic organization in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. The Moorish Grand Lodge is on 33 North Broad Street, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, 19107. This Grand Lodge is the oldest in North America. This lodge was built in 1404 by the Moors. They lied and say 1731. This is because they are trying to cover up the facts that so-called blacks, who were Moors. They were master masons long before the Caucasian came over. They paint this story that Moors were brought over as slaves. This is the biggest game ever. He really wants to keep this lie going. This temple lodge was built and ran by Moors for 376 years, until 1780. They begin infiltrating in 1733, and by 1781 the Caucasians completely took over this lodge. They ran the Moors out of their own lodge they started. They had to cover up a lot of history real fast. So they got to work with their trickery. Prince Hall was a code name for Grand Master Benjamin Banneker Bey, also known as Chief Justice Big Ben Bey Emmanuel Mu Ali, Prince of the Le Nape of the Continental Congress.
All right, so this right here is a picture, the real picture, like a wax paint, like one of those paintings of Benjamin Banneker, right? And then you see, you can clearly see the connection between him and Prince Hall, the look, right? All they did is put a white, repainted him over and made him like a cartoon character and put the white wig on. Right, we'll get into that with the wig party, the Red Man's Wig Party, right? With Horace Greeley and because Horace Greeley them was they was in on rewriting the history of the Moors, right? So it's a picture of Benjamin Banneker. Okay, I'm gonna play some more. It ain't gonna take that long. Then we can get to the Tahuti stuff. I just want to pick, because this dude, it was somebody out putting some stuff out. We had to got to clear some stuff up.
He was born on November 9th, 1731 in Bridgetown, Barbados. Mary Banneker Bey, his mother, was from Bridgetown, Barbados. His father was a wealthy Moor named Robert Freeman Banneker Bey from Guinea. His father was a Malayan Moor, which are Mandingo from Guinea is Northwest Africa. He goes back to Kankan Musa Musa people, the Mandinka. He met Mary Banneker in Barbados. Barbados is an Eastern Caribbean island and an independent British Moors Commonwealth nation. Bridgetown, the capital, is a cruise ship port with colonial buildings and businesses. In 1731, his mother and father with their newborn son moved to America. They purchased a 100-acre farm in Baltimore, Maryland.
So they got they tell this story about Benjamin Banneker, and this actually for everybody that want to know. This out of the Hustler's Manual. You got the Hustler's Manual. This right here in the Hustler's Manual book.
Yeah.
Right. Where I break down the story of Benjamin Banneker Bey, and so they got you an impression that he's born in America as a slave, and he wasn't. He actually was born in Barbados, and then him and his dad, he was kind of wealthy, so they ended up moving to Baltimore, as in bought the Moors, right? Bought the Moors and purchased 100 acres there. So I'm gonna keep on going. All right, this is actually a picture of the house right here of Benjamin Banneker's house in there. So I'm gonna keep on playing it.
Keep in mind, Banneker father and mother family had money. In 1737, Banneker was named at the age of 6 on the deed of his family's 100-acre, 0.40 square kilometers, farm in the Patapsco Valley in rural Baltimore County. As a young teenager, Banneker met and befriended Peter Heinrich, a Quaker so-called Jewish guy who later established a school near the Banneker family farm. Banneker's parents sent him to the school where he learned reading, writing, and arithmetic. Banneker attended the school from the age of 5 until 8 years old. He went all the way to the 3rd grade. After this, he was entirely self-educated. Until he attended Codrington College in Barbados in 1748. The Quaker are Hazar, so-called Jewish people who come from Russia. These Quaker loved Banneker and were amazed at his natural intelligence. Banneker was a pure, unadulterated genius. Heinrich the Quaker shared his personal library and provided Banneker with his only classroom instruction. Banneker's formal education, if any, presumably ended when he was old enough to help on his family's farm. This is a clock built by hand, by Benjamin Banneker himself. In 1753, at the age of 22, Banneker completed a wooden clock that struck on the hour, making the first clock to be built completely in America. He appears to have modeled his clock from a borrowed pocket watch by carving each piece to scale. The clock purportedly continued to work until his death. After his father died in 1759, Banneker lived with his mother and sisters. Banneker traveled all up and down the East Coast. He even visited his family on his mother's side in Bridgetown, Barbados many times. At the age 33, when visiting the city of Boston, he met a young lady named Sarah Ritchie who he fell in love with. A year later he was married to Sarah Ritchie Banneker Bay in 1765. He became a master mason in 1767. In 1768, he signed a Baltimore County petition to move the county seat from Joppa to Baltimore. An entry for his property in a 1773 Baltimore County tax list identified Banneker as the only adult member of his household. Banneker sold his land in Baltimore and moved to Boston, Massachusetts. Like we said in 1767, he became a member of the Moorish/African Grand Temple Lodge in Pennsylvania. When the devil began to infiltrate the Grand Lodge, they couldn't never get past fellow craftsmen. We never taught them the real rituals. Benjamin broke off and created a new lodge to preserve the original A.E.O. and the Moorish rites. The York rites was started with 11 tablets used from ancient Egypt, which the Moors helped them out. The Scottish rite was started by Caucasians who stole 22 tablets from ancient Egypt. 22 plus 11 equals 33 degrees. This is how they get their 33 degrees, which is not square. 90 or 360 is square. They still couldn't translate the tablets right without us. So they made up everything from 3 to 33 degrees, which they call.
Hey, so like to say they stole those tablets from ancient Egypt to make up the honorary studies, but we never taught them past really the second degree, right? We never really taught them past the second degree of masonry. All right, so hold on. We'll get into this. Hey, I'm almost done. We're gonna get out of this, but I'm almost done. It ain't gonna take that long to finish this. I just want to get this into the archives so people can hear it. I'm actually gonna put this whole tape out with the pictures and stuff to it, so people can actually see it better than just spread on the show.
All honorary studies. They are fake and phony, not real Masons. What have they built besides weapons of mass destruction? He's not laying stone for real. Benjamin Banneker Bay and 14 other Moor Master Masons started the African Lodge 1, which really was African Lodge number 459.
That's another thing. Now they tell you that about the Prince House, but when Benjamin Banneker, he didn't set up the lodge and call it the Prince House. He called it an African Lodge, and it was African Lodge number 459. So how many African lodges were there before then? It was 459 African lodges before then, but they paint this picture to try to create this new Prince House so they can make it look like all nigger masonry come out of slavery. That's what it was about, right? But he called it the African Lodge, right? But after he died, we're gonna talk about that. After he died, they changed it to Prince House and moved it back to Philadelphia to cover up the fact that the Moors had already had a Grand Lodge in Philadelphia. Okay.
There were 459 African lodges back then. It wasn't called the Prince Hall Lodge. Wake up, people. Benjamin Banneker didn't put free and accepted on the name because Moors never were slaves. Plus we are from the real lodge, the Nubian/Moorish women womb, the real Grand Lodge, which is the only way you can be accepted. They lied and say Prince Hall, who is Benjamin and 14 other free so-called black men, petitioned for admittance to the white men Boston St. John's Lodge and they were declined. The lie they tell. These 14 names included Cyrus Johnston Bay, Buston Slinger L., Prince Reese Bay, John Canton Bay, Peter Freeman L., Benjamin Tyler Bay, Duff Reform Bay, Thomas Anderson Bay, Prince Raven Bay, Cato Spion Bay, Boston Smith L., Peter Best L., Fortin Horward Bay, and Richard Tidley L., all of whom we were free by birth. They were Moors. We didn't need to petition or get a charter from them. because we are the original masters. So we don't give a damn if you call us clandestine. We are the clan that's destined.
Hey, 15.
The word
We the
destined, which
clandestine.
means something to which a person or thing is destined. The hidden power to control what will happen in the future. Fate. Clan means a group of close-knit and interrelated families. A family, especially a large one. A group of people with a strong common interest. So we are a close-knit of family members who have hidden power to control the future, and we are close-knitted. So you don't have to talk with us. We don't want to talk with you anyway. Why? Because you are sellouts. Just know we know the real truth, and yours is based on slave rituals. They lie and say Benjamin, who was Hall, and 14 others sought and were initiated into Masonry through Lodge number 441 of the Grand Lodge of Ireland on March 6, 1775. The military lodge was attached to the 38th floor. The lodge was attached to the British forces stationed in Boston, Massachusetts. This story they made up to cover up that there were African Moorish temples lodges all over Amaxim and the world for that matter. They claim the so-called Black Masons back then had limited power. When the military lodges left the area, they were given the authority to meet as a lodge, take part in the Masonic procession on St. John's Day, and bury their dead with Masonic rites, but could not confer Masonic degrees or perform any other essential functions of a fully operating lodge. This is a big lie they tell, because they have to cover up the lie about slavery. Unable to create a charter or get one from the Moorish Grand Lodge of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, which was now controlled by devils. Benjamin Banneker Bay knew the original rituals and didn't want it getting into the hands of the devils. So Big Ben applied to the Moorish Grand Lodge of England, built in 1713 by Moors. It was called the African Grand Lodge of England at one point.
Hey, so you know that the lodge, they say it's the Grand Lodge of England, which got their chapel in 1717. It really was a Moorish Grand Lodge, and it was ran by Moors, because keep in mind, King George III was a Moor, and then his brother was the Grand Master. His little brother, Prince Henry, was the Grand Master of that lodge during the time. So these were Nubians, Moors running that lodge back then. So they try to paint this picture that Caucasians was running the lodge over in England in 1717. That's not true. The Caucasians were not running the lodge in England. They were Moors running that lodge, right? So I'm almost done with this audio book. Hold up.
So-called white folk wanted this temple ran by Moors. They lie about the dates to cover up that the Moors built and ran this temple for over 100 years. The Moors who set up this temple were master masons from the Grand Lodge in Timbuktu. They received a charter in 1717 from the Grand Lodge in Timbuktu, which is the lodge Kankan Mansa Musa had set up. The first Grand Master was Anthony Sayer Ali, who was a Moor, not a Caucasian. The Caucasians started infiltrating this lodge in 1801, and they had completely took over by 1813. In 1773, the Grand Master of the Moorish Grand Lodge of England at the time was Prince Henry Bey, the Duke of Cumberland, who was King George Bey III, the Moor, younger brother. Henry Bey was born on November 7, 1745 in Hanover, Holy Roman Empire, Germany. He was a Moor, not a so-called white man. Prince Henry Bey issued a charter to Big Ben for African Lodge number 459 on September 2, 1773. Watch this. This charter was sent to Amaxim on a boat called the Beaver, which arrived in Boston on December 15, 1773. There were 3 other ships that arrived. The Dartmouth on November 28, 1773, and the Elephant.
And right here, keep in mind, the book that we read is the Hustler's Manual. So if you got the Hustler's Manual, you can go right here to read about the story of Big Ben Bay. But Prince Henry signed the charter for Big Ben Bay to set up African Lodge 459 on during the Boston Tea Party. So keep in mind what the Boston Tea Party was all about, when they raided the Masons in the South painted themselves with black mud so they can look like Native Americans, right? Us, the Moors, and they dressed up in our bayonets and war bayonets and our outfits, and they raided this ship. And it was 3 ships that landed, but we'll talk about it right here.
Nor on December 2, 1773. Each of the 3 ships carried more than 100 chests of British East India Company tea owned by King George VIII, the Moor King of Great Britain. Out of these 3, the charter signed and sealed by Prince William Bay was on a boat called the Beaver. So-called white Freemasons didn't want the now so-called black Masons to get a charter which supersedes their jurisdiction. So-called white Masons cover themselves with dark mud, then dressed up like Native American Moors with war bonnets and raided the Beaver on December 16, 1773 looking for the charter which was sent by Prince William Bay. Also so-called white convict colonists were frustrated and angry at Britain ran by Moors for imposing taxation without representation. They dumped 342 chests of tea, imported by the British East India Company into the harbor. They were really after Big Ben Bay's charter.
Hey, keep in mind, the British Indian Company was controlled by the Moors. It was started by Moors, right? It was controlled by Moors, started by Moors, and it was in the head CEO was King George III, who was a Moor, right? And keep in mind that in 1715, King George I, which is King George's granddad, who was a Moor, he started sending, at first they were sending them to Australia. They were sending these white convicts to Australia. I got a book over there called, hey, I got that book, 12, about the white servitude, right? And they were sending, in 1715, they were sending white convicts over to Australia and America to work as like a work release program. You know what I'm saying? And they were convicts. These guys were convicts. They were sent over here. White folks were picking cotton first. White people were picking cotton first, right? So I'm going to continue.
They say this event was the first major act of defiance to British who were Moors' rule over the so-called white convicts colonists. It showed Great Britain that the so-called white convicts who were sent to Amaxine on a work release program wouldn't take taxation and rallied so-called white freeman patriots across the 13 colonies to fight for independence. Now you know what the Boston Tea Party was all about. They found the charter paperwork and destroyed it. So Prince Hall Big Ben never got a charter from England. Which is why mainstream state Grand Lodges ran by so-called white men don't recognize Prince Hall. Don't get mad. Wake your behind up and wake up fast. Can't you see we've been robbed, brothers? Big Ben Bay later found out that he didn't need a charter. All he needed is 7 freeborn Moor Master Mason to start his temple lodge. So in 1775 he established the African Lodge number 459, which the so-called white men changed to African Lodge number 1 to hide the fact that there was already over 400 African lodges, or 458 to be exact. Plus that the Grand Lodge in England was an African lodge. Prince Henry Bay sent another charter after the Boston Tea Party secretly in 1784. This charter Big Ben Bay received, but was stolen on the day of Big Ben Bay's funeral. Keep in mind Benjamin Banneker was the right-hand man to President John Hanson, a Moor. In 1788 Banneker bought books and equipment to begin a more formal study of astronomy. Then the genius during the following year made calculating and correct prediction of a solar eclipse in 1789. In 1790 Banneker was hired by General George Washington and Andrew Ellicott to survey the land and map out a galactic layout of 10 by 10 square miles. Congress designated the location of the new capital on January 24, 1791. Banneker surveyed the 10-mile square tract of land and produced a base map of the area. Keep in mind George Washington and Benjamin Banneker go back a long ways. They lie and say George Washington was born in Westmoreland, Virginia. This is a lie. He was born in
Westmoreland, right? Westmoreland. See, hey, I learned that from 15, how to break down these words, look at them. So they say he's born in Westmoreland, Virginia. So if you break that word down, it's Westmoreland. You know what I'm saying? Right? So let me show you. Okay, all right, yeah. Keep on going. We almost done. We almost done with this this audio book. We can get into it.
Barbados. Keep in mind Benjamin Banneker's mother was from Barbados. Banneker visited his mother people there and sometime would stay all summer. He met George Washington in 1748. Benjamin was 17 and George was 16. The met at Codrington College in Barbados. It was a state-of-the-art school built in 1745. Keep in mind George Washington is not his real name. His name is George Augustine of Barbados.
And you know, a dude came on and got online and he said, man, George Washington's name was George Washington, his dad was Augustine. But keep in mind, white folks didn't have surnames. Their last name was what their father's name was, just like in Islam. You know, like in Islam or the Arabic country, you know, like Baba's name, his last name is like his father's name, or his middle name, or your middle name is your father's name. You know what I'm saying? In Arabic countries. So his name was George Augustine because his dad or his granddad name was Augustine. So dude tried to argue with me about that. Man, the white folks didn't have the name Washington. The name Washington come from us. We are the Washingtons, right? The people of the Washita tribe up in the area of Virginia and you know, the West Coast area. So his name was Augustine, and he had to change it to Washington in order to say that he's born in America in order to be president. Because in the Constitution, you got to be born in America to be president, and still to this very day, right? So let me, we're almost done with this audio. Let me just keep on going. Man, what happened? I guess I'll talk the rest of it without close. Man, I might have accidentally closed it out. But this house right here, this is the George Washington house that he lived in until he was 17. Right, he lived in this house right here till he was 17 years old. You can look up the George Washington house. His name was George Augustine, though, like I said. And he ended up joining the military in 1751. He lived in this house he was born in this house. George Washington was born in this house in Barbados. And he lived in this house from 1732 all the way up into 1751. And he was the 17th president. Keep that in mind. And he joined the British military because keep in mind, we as the British, the Moors, we were hiring these Caucasians as mercenaries to come and police the other white people that we had already sent over here in 1715 up until, you know, 1775 when they did the American Revolution, and it was like 1773 when they did the American Revolution. That's when they filed for their independence from the Moors in 1774, right? But George Washington joined the military. He and his brother Lawrence Augustine, they joined the military under General Edward Burdock in 1751, right? So we're going to that right there. I'm actually gonna put this whole audio book out on a separate tape, and I'm gonna have the pictures to it so people can really see it, right? This General Burdock, and they call him the British Bulldog before Churchill. No, they called Winston Churchill the British Bulldog, but this dude was called a British Bulldog before Winston Churchill. And keep this in mind too. Might just ring the doorbell. Hey, keep this in mind too. Well, 15 to tell you too, when you're playing that Assassin's Creed video game, they actually break some of this down in that they put some of these codes inside of that game in the Assassin's Creed, right? You can figure some of the stuff out about George Washington and in that game, Assassin's Creed. I got the game on PlayStation, right? And I played that game. Okay, let me see what else I want to talk about. Yeah, and then keep in mind, these guys were Knights of Templar, and they show you about the Knights of Templar, which is really the Assassin's Creed, the Knights of Templar, right? They really the Assassin's Creed. They really was the beings that were playing a part in stealing the Moors' land, the Knights of Templar, right? Okay, let me go down. Somebody out. Hey, baby. Somebody out there? Who? Hey, the part in the truck. Yeah. Hold on, I'll be out there just a minute. Yeah, so all right, if you go back and get that Mansa Musa tape, I'll talk about the people going about Abu Bakr when he came and got the gold, right? Abu Bakr sailed up the Mississippi River and met with the Lakota people. I'll talk about that in this book at the beginning, right? You got the Hustler's Man. It's a lot of heavy shit up in here, right? I talk about that about Abu Bakr sailing up the Mississippi River and taking that gold that he got from the Aztecs, because they remember they thought that he was the return of Inky. Quetzalcoatl, right? And he ended up taking that gold. He said, man, it's so much gold. They got so much gold. I can't even take all this back. So he describes a plan to go and sell up the Nile and buy some land and bury that gold under the ground in a different cave sites, right? So he ended up going to what you call Mount Rushmore, as in Rush the Moors, right? Rush the Moors, Mount Rush the Moors. And he ended up burying gold under that land, right? In the Black Hills. That's why they took it and put the founding fathers' face on that land. But they really wasn't the founding fathers. It was a place where Abu Bakr hid that gold, right? And so eventually the Knights of Templar found out about that. And they were trying to there was a big ass battle where they wiped the Lakota out recently, like in the late 1900s, where they wiped the Lakota people out, started trying to wipe them out to steal that land, the Black Hills, right? And if you go on down later on, we'll get to this right here. This is the church, because one dude said, man, in that movie National Treasures, they shot that movie over in Scotland. That church is in Scotland. Duh. But the real church, I got the address right here in the book. It's called Trinity Church on Broadway Street, 89 Broadway Street, New York, 110-006. So that church is where, because you got to keep in mind, Hernando Cortez, and I'm almost done with this part. Hernando Cortez, right here, Hernando Cortez, he sailed over as well during the Spanish Inquisition. And they talk about it, man. Y'all got to go watch the series Borgia, that I did the little snippet on where they talk about the Moors in the Borgia series on Netflix. Go watch that, man. You'll see really what they was doing. That was during the Spanish Inquisition. And they, man, on that same episode 3, right, season 1, they call it the Moors. And then they bring to the Pope. The Pope is sitting in there, right? They bring the Pope an Aztec Indian, and they said these are savages. And these savages, they got a whole bunch of gold. We need to go over there and take their land. And we asking for your approval from the Pope, from Pope Borgia, right? And Pope Borgia approved these cats to go over here and take these people land, man. It's right in that damn. They show you right in that series, and they even call it the Moor. Man, I'm telling you, bro, right? But Hernando Cortez, he sailed over, right? He's kind of like a tall kind of cat. And so they mistaken him for the return of Abu Bakr, or the return of Inki, of Quetzalcoatl, and they started giving him gold. And then he was a Knights of Templar, right, for the Roman Catholic Church, right? And they gave him the gold, and they took the gold and hid it on Oak Island, right? Let me go down. They took some of the gold and hid it on Oak Island, right? This is another picture of Hernando Cortez and the Knights Templar coming over to raid the Aztecs' land, right? Like I said, they made a movie about it with Nicolas Cage. And keep in mind, Nicolas Cage is Queen Isabella's. I mean, he's a close connection with Queen Isabella and with Queen Victoria, right? Queen Victoria was a Daru queen. She was a part Daru, part German. We're gonna get into that too, right? But they took the gold. These Knights of Templar took the gold and hid it on Oak Island to like the 1700s, and then till people started exploring that island, because the Knights of Templar, the Roman Catholic Church, owned that island, right? The British, because they had took over Great Britain when they got rid of King George now, right, in 1837. But like they kind of was like controlling shit during the 1700s. They was like the Knights of Templar. So the Knights of Templar had hit that gold on that land in Oak Island. And then at 1700s, people started coming back to look, they was looking for the gold. So the Knights of Templar came back and took all the gold up, and then went hid it under that church I just showed you on Broadway Street and Wall Street, right? Later on, down the line, they made a movie about it, right? Called National Treasure Hunt with Nicolas Cage, like I just said, right? A direct descendant of Queen Victoria. So the Knights of Templar took that gold and hid it under that church, right, on Broadway Street. And then later on, Benjamin Banneker, because they play these games in the movie, they call the guy name is Benjamin something, right, in the movie, right? They play games, man. They think we stupid, bro. They play these games. The dude Benjamin, they call the dude Benjamin something, right? Because it's connected with Benjamin Banneker. Benjamin Banneker ended up finding the gold. He ended up finding the damn gold. And when he found that gold, they used that gold to purchase the 10 by 10 square miles in Washington, D.C. And they took some of the gold and put it on and started doing the World Trade Centers and set up Wall Street. And they took some of the gold to Nevada, to Area 51. And they took some of the gold to a Masonic lodge in Vallejo, California. Right? And they hid it underground in this because we got secret underground cities. The Moors had already had a whole bunch of underground cities. All these bases, they got 131 bases right now underground, military bases, but those bases were originally cities that the Moors built underground, right? So eventually Big Bend Bay, let me go down. We almost done with this part. This right here, the last little part I'm gonna talk about. All right, now keep in mind, they look at the connection. They say Prince Hall died in 1807 and Benjamin Banneker died in 1806. Man, come on, stop playing games, bro. It's the same damn dude. Try to play these games, right? But look, when Benjamin Banneker was on a journey one day, he said 3 white men was following. 3 white men followed him everywhere he go, just like they were following Malcolm X when he went over to Egypt and shit, right? These 3 white men, they really was Knights Templar. And on a day, look, he ended up getting poisoned. He went for a walk one day, came back, went to sleep, and just mysteriously died. And on the day of his funeral, these same 3 white men raided his fucking cabin and stole all his paperwork, even the chapel that the Prince of Hall supposedly supposed to have. They stole that chapel. They stole his diary, because in his diary he talked about how George Washington was homophiliac, right? He liked the men, right? He talked about a whole bunch of things, like he talked about how George Washington came on to him, right? Try to, he was sweet. They also created Benjamin Franklin to cover up the fact that because they say Benjamin Franklin came out with an almanac. Benjamin Franklin came out with a clock. Horace Greeley and them created Benjamin Franklin in order to cover up some of the stuff that Benjamin Banneker was doing, because they didn't want a nigga back then to have all that type of credit. They couldn't say a nigga was the first one to come out with a clock, or the nigga was the first one to do an almanac. They couldn't say that, so they had to create a character, Benjamin Franklin, right? See how close the name is? They play all these games. There wasn't no damn Benjamin Franklin. There wasn't no damn Benjamin Franklin. Benjamin Franklin is a created character by Horace Greeley to cover up the fact that Benjamin Banneker had put the clock out and the almanac, the first nigga to do it, the first person, let alone in America, to do it, Mexico, right? And they created the Prince of Hall character and said that he was a slave to a dude named William Tanner, right? William Tanner Hall. That's why they call him Prince Hall, but that's a damn lie. He's a cartoon character. There wasn't no damn Prince Halls. Prince Halls need to wake their ass up and really know what the truth about this shit, man. We're gonna do another tape on this in depth. You know what I'm saying? But in 1806 is when they raided his 1806 is when they raided his log cabin and burned it and stole all the paperwork and burned it down, because Benjamin Banneker also had discovered a map on back of the Declaration of Independence that the Knights of Templar had to the gold that Abu Bakr hid in the Black Hills in the route Mount Rush to Moors, right? As in Gold Rush, right? So the secret map, and they make a movie. They made another movie, National Treasure Hunt again, with Nicolas Cage, and he shows the actual map on back of the damn on back of the Declaration of Independence, right? Where he found the gold in the mountains and Black Mountains, right? That was owned by the Lakota people, right? If you go back and listen to that Mansa Musa tape, I kind of like break a little bit of it down in there. So I just wanted to cover that part, and we're gonna go into depth. Tomorrow I'm gonna have a class at 5 o'clock. I'm gonna go into depth on more Prince Hall Masonry and how the cover up happened. You know what I'm saying? But I'm about to pause for a second so I can give my cousin these tools, and anybody else want to go in on something, whatever they want to go in on. I'm about to pause for a second to take them these tools real quick so he can fix my wife's car. So just give me a second. Hey, 15, you might want to go in on some of the stuff that we were talking about the Tahuti, and because there's a couple of cats out here, they saying a lot. We ain't calling no names. We love all our brothers that's out here doing their thing. But in the book of the wisdom, sacred wisdom of Tahuti, Bible says that he's an incarnation of Tahuti. But like I say, like 15 teach, and like he said, and it also says in that book too that Bible put out, right? The sacred wisdom of Tahuti, that Tahuti is thought. So we all are thought. We all are Tahuti, right? We the sons of Tahuti. So just give me I'm gonna pause for a brief moment so I can go out here and give my cousin these tools real quick.
All right, I'll wait for you to get back.
I got to record too. You go in. I got to record because I'm gonna watch it again when I get off. Let me go out here and I just got to give him these tools.
Yeah, I'm what I'm gonna ask. Rahul Baby, brother. Rahul Bab. I'm gonna ask you to write something down. That's why I need you to be back when you do.
Okay, all right.
And I'll be able to show you, and we can show everybody else.
Okay, all right. That'll work. That'll work.
How y'all brothers been?
We've been good, Q. How you been, bro?
Man, I'm doing well. Just I'm a little fatigued today, but I'm doing well. Got to a late start at work, so trying to get this evening on over with.
Man, I just reached the 650.
Hey, congratulations on the remembrance of the day you came to the planet. Congratulations.
No doubt.
You know, we technically only have one birthday. And we just remember that day every year. That's all. You only can be born once in that body there. So I tell everybody congratulations, because we happy you're here. I'm definitely happy you're here. May the most high Ilion El Anu grant you more spins around the sun as needed. Young God,
I'm back if you need. I'm back if you need what you need to share my screen.
You gotta. Nah, I just need you to see this firsthand. I need you to see.
Okay, hold on. Let me write it. Hold on.
Explain to people what we mean. Yeah, in a piece of paper.
Okay, all right. Hold on. Let me get a piece of paper real quick.
As well, if they like. I'm driving, so I'll have to do it in.
Okay. Paper. Where my dang on pen is though. Hey, baby, you got a pen? Huh?
I think I hear working. Gotta walk faster than the stove.
All right, my back. I'm back. Can y'all hear me?
I can hear you,
Yep.
Q.
Loud and clear, brother. Drop it. Drop it.
I can't hear him, man.
No, I think he went to go get a pen.
Thank you. This is part of what Circumology helps me evaluate, man, these letters and symbols, because if a picture can speak 1,000 words, then a letter in itself, by itself, is a symbol, is a picture, and can create 1,000 words. You see, so this is going to be real simple, man. I'm just waiting on him to write it down so we can show everybody the visual.
Hey, I got it. Hey, my bad. Hey, look, my baby. Hey, man, I had a whole damn thing of pens in here. I bet my baby took it. As, I don't know what he did with it, bro. Now I got one now though. I found it.
Okay. All right, write down the capital letter T.
All right, capital letter T. You want me to write it real big so they can see it, right?
Well, you know, big enough so when you put it up to the camera, they can see the whole word, right? Now write down right next to it the capital letter H, but make sure the H is touching the T.
Okay, all right.
All right, now put the other capital T on the right side of that H.
All right.
Okay.
Touching.
Now, right. We ain't done. We ain't finished.
Okay.
On top of the first capital letter T, write another capital T on top of it.
Okay, all right.
All right, now put the H on top of the H, capital H.
All right.
And then do the same thing with the capital T on the right side.
Okay, all right.
Now you got two of those words on top of each other, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, now put another capital H on top of the capital H.
All right.
Right? Do the same thing with the T's. Okay? And now show it to the camera.
All right. Hold on, I'm almost done.
And then I'm going to explain the symbolism.
Right there. Damn, I hope they can see this.
Yes. Now, what do you see in the middle right there?
A letter.
Thank you.
Yeah.
A ladder.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the H stands for who.
Mm-hmm.
Hua, which is the creative force of will within all of us. Without Hua or who, you're not creating nothing new. You ain't doing nothing. So, to, who, to. That is the thought in your brain that allows you to keep ascending up that creative ladder.
That's right.
To your higher self. Without the ladder, which is the who, which is the H, okay, you're not ascending nowhere. You're not going anywhere. You're going to sit right where you are in the lowercase h, which is a chair. All right.
Fire.
Now, when they showed me this, they let me know that without thought, because the word thought, but in English is T-H-O-U-G-H-T. You take the G out because the G is nothing more than a silent letter in the word thought. So it's not there. You take that out, right? The Greeks pronounce this word here, thought, right? Because they pronounce the TH together. But we pronounce each letter in tone in ancient Tamaray. We pronounce it t, h, and t, tahutta, okay? Now, by saying that, you got to understand that without the hua, You're not climbing the ladder. So with your creative force of will brings your arts and crafts ability, brings your artistic ability, brings your articulation ability. Okay. Being able to create takes you higher and higher and higher. And Nubians have the ability to raise the bar. So no matter what we perform at or what we do, without Hua or Tahuti thought guiding us as a messenger, because nobody can really hold on to a thought unless you got tremendous focus. You got to get the message right out. Have you had people tell you all the time, hey, I got to say this right now, well, before I lose my train of thought. Then you look at that, it also looks like train tracks.
That's right.
Okay. It's not just a ladder, train tracks as well. It's a ladder and train tracks. So you don't want to lose your train of thought and your ability to express what the brain has processed, because you think that you might be the Tahuti. No, Tahuti is shared from the abode of Malakut. Tahuti flows around in the ethers, and everybody's breathing in Tahuti. Everybody's breathing in ideas and generating ideas, okay? It causes the light to go on in the brain. So I just wanted to make sure I explain this so that people can get this through their heads, okay? Whenever you say you're Tahuti, you might as well say, me and Tahuti work as one. Tahuti works with anybody that has pure ideas, pure thought, is vibrating on a higher essence or level. Okay, so when you know we look at the letter H, you can also take that capital letter H and turn it sideways, and you get a capital I. Okay, you get a capital I. If you turn the capital H sideways, on its side, lay it down, you got an I, a capital I. Why am I keep saying that? Because the I is the brain, the inner eye. The two eyeballs you have are nothing but a network that allows the light from the outside of your body to cone or funnel or tunnel or spiral or how you say vortex its way through the pupil. And then on the inside of the eye, it cones back outward and flips things upside right or upside down, depending on the perspective, okay? So you got the podium that the master teacher used to teach behind was shaped like light going into the eyeball and light penetrating the body, going through the ball that was in the middle. That would represent your eyeball, okay? Just get a visual of this. If you wrote a letter V and then you put a 0 under it or O under it, and then you put A, right under that, then you got vo, right? And then backwards, it would be of, okay? So I'm showing you these letters because the letters are symbols, and each symbol can be changed, flipped. Thank you. That right there. Now turn it to the side. Turn it to the side. Right?
Hey, you see
that
bricks,
right there,
man.
Huh?
You see bricks, man, like layers of bricks. We turn to the side.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. See, building blocks, building
blocks,
without Hua.
You know,
Yeah, building. Yeah.
Without Hua, we
Just
ain't building
space.
nothing, are we? You know?
Yeah.
Now that symbol right there, turned to the side, is how light enters the eyeball and enters the brain. It goes in as a cone, like a vortex, cone shape. It penetrates the pupil and then comes out through the back part that way, and then you are able to interpret the codes of light from there. This is what's helping us generate ideas and thoughts. This is how, you know, Hua is helping us create, because it's on the outside of your body and on the inside of your body. So, yeah, the only being that taught us about Tahuti, where Tahuti was giving Baba pure thought at the moment, it was like he had manifested or incarnated in a physical form to teach the master teacher. You got to understand, whenever you ask the master teacher a question, pure thought is what helped him generate an answer. But it didn't mean, right, and it didn't mean that he didn't have to study. No, your thought, Tahuti, in your brain, inside you, will guide you on the outside to looking up certain things, studying certain things, looking at certain things from other views and perspectives. And then that will give you a higher learning. You can't spell the word high without the letter H. Okay, the capital letter H is at the beginning of the word high, because in order for you to be able to go high or higher, you need who, he. You need Tahuti. You need this. And I'll yield the mic right there. You know, if y'all want to build on it a little bit, but yeah.
And you also can spell his name like this with the DJ on the front, as in DJs, and there's a whole bunch of DJs, and what they do, they spin records. Like Tahuti, he recorded that he's a record keeper. So DJs, they spin records. You know what I'm saying? Because that's how Baba spell it like that in the book. You know what I'm saying? In the Sacred Wisdom of Tahuti book. That's how he said that's the original way that we spelled Tahuti name with the DJ on the front. Right? I don't know if y'all can see it on them. Well, I actually can show you. Hold on, let me show you real quick. Let me show you this this right here real quick. Yeah, so that's another thing. Like the Tahuti is the original DJ, the original record spinner, player. Hold up, let me load this book up, The Sacred Wisdom, because a lot of stuff 15 be saying is right up in these books, man. Like that Bible put out, but people just didn't read it. You know what I'm saying? Like, can y'all see that? Hold on, let me share my screen. Okay, here we go.
Tahuti was definitely working with Grandmaster Flash when he created the spin back to create the scratch sound.
That's right.
And he also, Grandmaster Flash was also the one that created the film or like carpet layer that went under the record when you laid the record on top to begin it to spin. He designed that, he patented that, you know what I'm saying? So you wouldn't have anything protecting your record under if Tahuti didn't give Grandmaster Flash that idea, that thought, or that light that came on in his head, that flash of light. Now he changed music forever.
Right, so, that's right.
Yeah.
Also, hold on, what's right? I think he got it right here. In the Sacred Wisdom of Tahuti book, if you ain't got this joint, you know what I'm saying? All right, there go right there. Can y'all see my screen?
Yeah, we can see
the original
screen.
Name. She said DJ. See how you got it spelled right there? And then he got it spelled with a Z too, like Z-E, Hootie, Zahuti.
And Z, right, is what happens when you go to sleep. You catch your Z's, right?
Yeah.
That's usually when you're developing your thought, and you and Tahuti or thought is going on a journey. Y'all go on a quest, because before you lay down to go to sleep, you have questions, quest ions, right? So Z, and then you got DJ, which is pronounced like a J, and then you look at the word Jedi, and the Jedis use what? The Force.
Yeah, that's right.
So without the creative force of will, you know, they're not able to wield a lightsaber. Period. They're not able to be what they are without that force.
And that T, that like say it's different families that came in. The oldest family is the T's. They came in on the first shot, like the first vibrations. Like the T is the crown chakra. You know what I'm saying? It's dealing with the crown chakra. And then you got rays, you know, like the do re mi, like the chart, the do re mi fa sol la ti chart. So like the different, we are sound, we are thought, because like you broke down a long time ago, thought slows down into light slows down into sound. So the T sound was the old clan that came in during the time of Tahuti. Like that's why in the emerald tablets, he said the halls of Amenti, and Amenti is still Amen, but they put the T on the end because Amen was dealing with the old sound, that the first sounds that came into this universe or into this particular planet. You know what I'm saying? Like Kalun, Baba break all that down in this book. If you get this book, I'm gonna try, like I say, I'm gonna try to if you can't find it on that website I sent you 15, I'm gonna buy that program to where I can split it. I gotta split it into 4 parts in order to send it to you. So I'm gonna get that program probably tomorrow so I can split it up and then send it to you, because everything you be saying is right here in this book. So like people can't say that you just talking crazy or anything or talking, he just making up stuff. No, nigga, it's right here in this book of the Sacred Wisdom of Tahuti. Baba got it all right
what
here
I
laid out.
said? Everything is made up. You
Yeah,
point
yeah,
out
yeah,
something
you
that
right.
ain't made.
Yeah, you right. You
Somebody
right.
be like, "You making it up?" I'm like, "Well, how the hell do we create things without making it? You gotta make it. You better be lucky I'm not making it down. I'm making it up so we can go higher with what I make. If I was making it down, I'd be lowering your intellect.
Yeah.
I don't let nobody use no words to try to spin me, man. That's one thing that I'm thankful for. Thought that helps me is I do not let words entangle my brain up anymore. I won't let it happen. They won't let it happen. We won't let it happen. You know, Circumology will help anybody with that. A person start using words and try to spin your head up, you can flip the word and spin the word. You don't need that person controlling how you think. You know. Thanks for letting me say that. Forgive me for cutting you off.
That was fire. That was fire. Another thing that Tahuti talk about, and I haven't really, I think I read this book back in the day, but I just scanned through it, and then, but recently I just been really reading it, like reading the whole book. I think I'm on like almost like a third way through, and but in the Emerald Tablets, Tahuti talk about when he was in Atlantis and how that the reptilians attacked our power source to sink the power source, right, the landing pad. He talks about how we packed all of our records, all the records that we were keeping, us in because it was 32 sons of Tahuti. It was actually 31, including Tahuti and made 32. So it was 32 sons or 32 beings, and we was all the record keepers. And we end up taking those records and putting them on a ship, then taking them to ancient Kemet. And he talks about how we buried the ship and the records under the Sphynx. And he used the Sphynx as a landmark back in ancient Kemet. So Tahuti, so that's why if you go back and study the Roman Catholic Church, why was they invading ancient Kemet and knocking off the nose off the Sphynx with doing Napoleon and all them? They was invading to get those records that we had under that Sphynx, right? And I'm pretty sure because I had a dream when I first a while back before I started reading the Emerald Tablets, I had a dream that we had made different compartments. Like we made like different compartments to hide the shit. Because Tahuti talk about in that book in the Emerald Tablets about how he say when y'all get ready, when you want to destroy the devil, go down, you're gonna come down here and get my ship and then reactivate it. And once you reactivate my ship, now that shit could be, because 15, you might go in on that could be metaphorically for not a physical ship, not like an actual UFO, because we had different technology. We had light ships. Our bodies were light ships. Like you break that down, 15, about the our bodies being ships. So but we did hide these artifacts under that thing, and the Roman Catholic Church came and took them though. Go ahead. They got some of them artifacts from under that Sphynx and took them to the Roman Catholic Church. What's your take on that? What's your take on Tahuti saying that he hid his ship under the Sphynx? Is he talking about a physical ship? Or he talking about a high level type ship, like a light, like a Kaaba? It's another words we got for it, a light ship. You know what I'm saying? Type ship. It might be information, the thoughts, because when we deal in the fourth dimension, it's a lot of stuff that's being missed because a misconcept. We dealing with the fourth dimensional ship. It's in the mind. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead, 15.
Your ship can't move without information.
Okay, go ahead. I like that.
Okay, ship doesn't go nowhere without information. You got to be able to start it up, and in order to start it up, it takes information. You got to have information. A code is information, right? If you look at how I was explaining on the class we had before the last one about breathing, there's information that goes into the computer. In order for the computer to have, for you to look up, somebody had to put it in there, and then once you look that up, it moves you. Like if I wanted to learn a craft, if I wanted to learn one on my own or by myself, because I'm not doing it on my own. If somebody already put the information out there for me to pick up, then I'm not learning it on my own, but I am picking up the information. Pick up is to rise up or ascend up, and whatever I pick up is going to help elevate. Elevate is also something that goes up, right? It's something that goes down. Elevation, elevator, right? So when we get information, we're able to lift off, elevate. We're able to move. We're able to drive, propel forward. Without information, you're not having any ideas. You're not able to build from the ideas. You got to generate the information. Where does that information come from? It comes from a code that is you're breathing in through the nose. The nose is the pyramid on your face. Okay, that's the first pyramid. There's two vortexes right there. Now, if you take and draw a lowercase letter A, right? Draw a lowercase letter A, and then draw another lowercase letter A mirroring the one that you drew on the right side, right? And then you're looking at two nostril openings on the nose. You got to draw them back to back to where they mirror each other. And then you see the nostril openings right there, the lowercase letter A. And then if you draw a capital letter A right on top of those two lowercase letter A's, then you see the pyramid with the nostril openings right there, and that's 3 A's, okay? 2 lowercase and 1 capital, and then the sound that those 3 A's make, if you write them from left to right or right to left, is ah, okay? So without being able to breathe, nobody is getting any information, period. There's a code that goes in from the ethers in through your nose. And it stores records in the brain and in the blood, in the DNA. So the code that you're breathing in through the nose is storing information in your blood, whether you are conscious of it or not. Until you become conscious of it, the information is there in the blood. The information is in your blood from lives before the one you have now, and from your grandparents on your grandmother's side and your grandfather's side, your dad, your mother's side, both 2 sets of grandparents on down through your lineage is a bunch of information that's stored in your blood, okay? And it flows through the vine or the veins, okay? So with that being said, without you having the particle codes, okay, ethereal particles, these things go in through the nose, giving you ideas, right? They're all working hand in hand with what we was just describing as hua, Tahuti, okay? Thought. So we're able to be self-learned, self-taught without a being having to guide your thinking other than your mother and father, because that, like I said, they have the records that are in the blood before you get the records, and they're able to teach you the way of y'all's family records so that you know the way. That's why they're called parental guides, okay? Without the words, and we spell the word guide, you take the vowels out of the word guide and you just got 2 letters, G-N-D, okay? This is where God, the word God is really formed from. Guide in God. So your parents are the gods that are supposed to show you the way. They're supposed to give you the information that you need in order to rise up and elevate, to get your ship off the ground, to get your ship moving, okay? The Sphinx or the Sphinx itself is a representation of all of our nations at that time in Tamaray united under one banner. So that's why the Sphinx or Sphinx looks the way it looks. It's a unification of the families. It's a symbol that represents the unification of our families in the ancient times and how we were united as one. And when we're united as one, that's what they showed the symbol as. That's why it had wings on it, got the lion's paws on it, you know, the tail on the back, the human face, right? And then you talk about the cherubim or the beast that who was it? Solomon seen, and Ezekiel, and these different beings, when they go into the quantum state, they're able to go to these places and see the nations separated. Nations that represent the eagle, nations that represent the bull, nations that represent the lion or the tiger, right? And then you got the head of those nations would be your emperor, your pharaoh, your king, your ruler, the one that speaks for everyone. We created those symbols so that we would not forget. The symbols are supposed to help us remember. All of the symbolism in ancient Tamaray is supposed to help us remember. When we look at the walls, we're supposed to be able to get the information stored back in us. Without us being able to go over there and having to get that information stored back in our memory, we had a master teacher that was grown and bred amongst us for us to give us that interpretation. Those symbols, that information, so that we can rise, have DNA explosions, or lift off. Okay, when you're dealing with a rocket ship, rocket ships use rocket fuel and they blast off. That's an explosion in itself. So whenever you have DNA explosions, you're taking flight. Okay, if you draw a face on the paper, eyeballs, you draw the eyebrows, right? You draw the nose, and then you look at it, it's actually a bird on the front of everyone's face that is ascending. It's flying upward, straight up in a vertical flight pattern. You can draw a bird right on every human being's face because the bird is right there on your face. The eyebrows represent the wings spread out. The eyes are what helps navigate your ship. Your ship is your body, okay? Your ship is your body. So the symbolism that shows you the divine information that will help wake up your brain in this day and time, get it back online and connect it with the other forces, the higher forces that drive everything here, gives everything fuel. You know, you can't run fast without being able to breathe. So therefore, breath is like your first line of fuel. You'll die in minutes or seconds without that breath as fuel to keep your ship moving, right? So your body is a ship. It's not turning into one, right? It is a ship. It's a ship for this level, right? Third dimension level, ground level. You don't need to be the bird itself. The bird is your brain. It's how you see things in the mind's eye. Your perception gives you your direction. Without your perception, you don't have a direction. You don't have a way to go. You're following people because you don't have your own perception. So when someone is telling you follow, and you follow them, it's because they're your guide at that moment and your God at that moment, because they're leading you. Leading, right? Begot the word, or lead, begot the word leader, leading, led, right? Being led. All of that stuff right there lets you know without information, you're not going anywhere. You can't even get information. You can't even tone up the muscle of the brain or the heart to go anywhere. So you're correct. Information helps us lift off, helps us fly. The proper information will help you fly in a direct, let's say, not a flight pattern, but it'll help you fly in the right direction. It'll get you going in the right direction. And which direction do you want to go? Up, down? You want to fly around in a circle? You want to go left? You want to go right? You still need information. Without knowing left and right, somebody can tell you, come on, man, we're going to the right, and you'll be going left. Because at that moment, the way you're turned would be your right. A person could be facing you and he's moving right, and he'll tell you step to your right, and he means for you to follow him and step to his right. But his right is your left. Without information, you don't know. So when you make the wrong direction or going the wrong direction, he'll stop you and say, no, not your right, but your left. I want you to go to your left and to my right. Then you'll get it right. Now both of y'all going together. You can't do that without information. Information directs you. It guides you. Information is how Superman on the movie activated his ship. He needed a crystal. He had a black crystal, right, that had Superman symbol on him that his father, Jor-El, which is, pronounced Yor-El, also gave him so that he could get the information about his people and know how to what? Take flight. His ship was able to get off the ground, coming out of the ground because it had been sunken into the ground for so long, right? Without information, it wouldn't have gone nowhere. Information activated the ship. So when the master teacher came in and gave us abundance amount of information that people are still unfolding and unlocking, it allowed us to lift off, to get off the ground so that we can think for ourselves using pure thought, being guided by thought, who is Tahuti, who is Yanun, who is the bird. Bird is the word. Without Yanun, we wouldn't have no words to guide anybody else. So you see what I'm saying, big brothers?
True indeed, brother. True indeed.
I hear you, 12.
Yeah.
15.
15.
So that mean, that's that right there, right? Take any letter you want of the alphabet and mirror the letters. You'll start to see artistic images of things that were always there. I always say spin them too. I did this in my brain the other day. I said, how can I make a circle from a square? It's easy to do with the square. It's just hard to take the circle and make that a square without drawing a line vertical and a line horizontal in the middle. Because then when you take that and turn it inside out or flip it inside out, you can get the square. I can make a circle with a square very easily. Most people will look at it from this perspective. If I drew a line on a piece of paper and somebody would say, that's a line, and I'd say, and what else? Because if you are looking at a line, you're really looking at a top view of another shape. Until you bring the shape down to where it's flat, you don't see that line is not a line. The line is a square, the line is a circle, the line is a triangle. But you can't see that directly from the top. So you have to draw it out for them to show them, oh no, it's not a line, it's a square. This is the dimensions of the line that you couldn't see from the angle you was looking at it. Then if you take that square, you bring it back upright again, vertical, right? Let's just say you don't have the square drawn out, but you got a square a frame, picture frame. If you have a picture frame and you tape a pencil lead to one corner of that picture frame, now you got it, you're holding it vertical, and then you take another point, put it at the other end of the bottom of the square, right? You're able to keep it in place like a compass and turn it in full 360 degrees to make a circle. If you just pick up one and spin it, you can make a circle. You can do the same thing with the base of a triangle. If you have one in your hand that's three-dimensional, right? It's an object, you can spin it, make the circle. You can make circles out of pretty much every shape. It just all depends on how you handle your tools. And it takes information to be able to know how to do those things when you're part of the craft, or when you have a craft and you exercise in your arts and crafts. There's no limit to how you think about it. It takes 2 L's to form a square. If it's a big square, it takes 4 L's. So if you put 2 L's together to form you one whole square, you can look at that 2 L's that you connected, right? And you'll see 4 right then and there. So the 2 became 4 immediately, right before your eyes. And then you could say, somebody could, from their perspective, go, no, that's 2 L's. And you could say, yeah, and it's 4 L's, right? And then if you draw an X from corner to corner. In the middle of it, you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 L's. Most people are not looking at things like this because their brain or their mind's eye is not trained to see it. They don't want to go that far into the artistic craft of thinking. They don't want to do it. This is what helped us build back in the days when we was creating the pyramids. We had to draw it out, measure, know how big we wanted this square to be or this base to be, and then we'd have to raise this base up to a 3-dimension to where we can see what it was this brother had drawn down on a piece of paper for us to build. Without him, without the architect, right? Architect, arch-I-tech, technical arc. We know what an arc is. We know what tech is. So without this being able to use his degrees, because an arc deals in degrees. The architect has the degrees of technical knowledge to draw out a 3-dimensional image on a flat base, on a 2-dimensional image. An architect can make anything pop out, even though he's creating an illusion for you on the paper. That illusion becomes reality in the 3rd dimension if you're following his what? Guidance and direction and information. So you need the blueprint. The blueprint. Blue is the fastest color that we have here in this plane of existence that we could see. Blue. So you create a blueprint. There's such thing as green prints and stuff as well, you know, black prints, yellow prints. But the blueprint is a way for us to see, get directions and information on how to build something from scratch or from the ground up. Nobody that's a Mason is going to build any structure without drawing it out in the 2nd dimension of paper first. You have to draw it out on a flat surface first. And then you have to have the ability with the 2 God hands that you got to build it and make it pop, to bring it to life, so to speak. Without that, you don't have a canoe forming anybody on a potter's wheel. You don't have a canoe helping mold the way man is, thinks, looks, from thinking a certain way. You had to have guidance in order to know that. Without guidance, ain't none of us going to be thinking in the proper direction. I'm not going to say the right way, and it's the proper direction. You know, we need to be directed so we're not steered the wrong way. This is exactly why I said cybernetics is one of those words. When you look up the etymology of cybernetics, goes all the way back to somebody in ancient Greece that, and the word itself means to steer, or to veer, or to get a person to turn in a different direction. So they're using a different word to describe direction in today's time, but without the information to know where this word came from, you don't even know when you're using cybernetics that you're being directed and steered. You have no idea. So that's why you definitely need information for ascension in the brain to take place. Flight. Flight works through the eyes. Once again, the bird is on your face. As soon as you draw the nose, you draw the mouth. You know how birds have a tail, right? Their little tail feathers, or eagles. Just look at the eagle, the wing spread of an eagle. Don't your eyebrows spread out far to the sides of your face? Then you look at the bridge of your nose. This is like the body of the bird going all the way down to your mouth, and the lines on the side of your mouth spread outward. And then when you look at the bird as it was flying vertical up in the air, you can see a face, or the dimensions of the eyes, the nose, and the mouth. And the third eye that you see Hindus put the dot right there in front of their head, that represents the head of the bird. So the only eye that you have is that eye, the bird's eye. When you close your eyes and you start to create images in your mind, it's because of the information you've gathered. And it allows you to think more and more and more, and focus on that. And then you're able to open your eyes and go, oh yeah, I know which way to go now. I know what to do now. Because you used your brain like a bird. You let the wind guide you like the feathers of the bird. This is why we wore feathered headdresses as chiefs. This is why Ma'at is kneeled down and with her wings spread out to let you know the feathers feel the soft touch of the wind, and then you're able to guide yourself, your ship, your body. You're able to go in the direction and flow of the wind. The wind is, you don't go against the grain when you're doing that. Now you're flowing in with the flow of the river of things. You're going in one direction, which means you're going to go somewhere that you probably never been before if you let the wind take you. If you close your eyes and you're not able to focus and get your thoughts together, then you're not going anywhere until you can focus. The person that has clear thought, pure thought, you're going to look to that person to say, which way do we go? He can see it clearly. Now, is he going to be right? Ain't no such thing. Remember what I said. His right could be your left at the time. You got to be able to know what your right is. You can't know what your right is without Tahuti, without thought. See, you can't do it. So the body is a ship that's being navigated. Okay, you're navigated from the inside of it. You sat inside and developed all the flesh around you in your mama. That's where you got your ship from, the mothership, before you came out as what they call a sham. Okay, sham, you can call yourself a craft, you can call yourself the sun, but you are a light particle with billions of other atoms and things built around this particular you that you're flying. Everything in your body comes from the top down, which means you have to think it in the brain first before you can pick your hand up and do it. Every movement and every action of your body is premeditated. So don't ever hit somebody and say, oh, my bad, it was an accident. Nigga, no, it wasn't. You thought about it first, then you picked your hand up and punched this dude. You put that thought in motion. That was premeditated. You cannot say that was an accident. When somebody tells you it was an accident, you can correct them and say, yeah, it was X that caused the dent. Now that you caused the dent, I'm going to have to show you how I'm going to get this back. See, now you got battle and you got war going on because you got two people that are being directed in different ways on the inside of the brain. Who's flying that ship? Is it the 9 ethers or is it 6 ethers? Or is it 5 ethers? Is it higher levels of consciousness or is it lower levels of consciousness? But you cannot let a person steer you. You have to be able to steer your own ship. You are the ones that wanted to be responsible for yourself, because in the quantum realm, everything follows an order. It's part of a galactic cosmic order. It's not going to step out of line of that order. We are the only beings flying ships that can go in what we call the wrong direction. The elements don't go in the wrong direction. We do. How does that happen? If you're not driving a ship. I know it's very, it's going to be very difficult for a lot of people to fathom that their bodies isn't what the white man told you they are. We're so caught up on human beings without looking at the word who in the word human, without the word who in that human, right? Take the A out of the word man, you got M and N, men, right? Or it's pronounced men, moon, mind, however you want to put whatever vowel you want to throw in there, okay? Because the vowels don't exist. They're interchangeable for a reason. The vowels represent the unseen things. That's why I always say they represent the quantum field. Without the quantum field, nobody has any tone to pronunciate any words. And remember, it's all wind going in your body and out of your body anyway. If I crack my window right now while I'm driving, you hear a little whistle of wind, depending on how tight the gap of the window is. That's a voice. This is how voices works from the larynx inside the throat or esophagus in the chest. It squeezes out your words and forms tones and sounds. What is creating this? Wind. So if you can't breathe, you can't speak. You can't breathe, you can't think. So who's really driving that ship? The answer is right there in the question. Who? Who is driving your ship? Not you. Who? The creative force is driving your ship. It's supposed to be. We don't allow the creative force to drive the ship when we're getting distracted by the lower forces of the gases we breathe in. Then we don't have any creativity. Then we look over the shoulder of the artist, and right when the artist puts his pencil down on the paper, you got some goofball that goes, "What you drawing?" Because they know you already seen the picture in your mind's eye before you put the pen down on the paper. How do they know that? They don't even know how they know it. They just know that you know what you're about to draw. A mysterious person to go, "Wait till I get done." A non-mysterious person will go, "Oh, I'm about to draw such and such." And they'll let you know what's on their brain right away. The information that they was given to put down in that paper, they'll let you know. They'll let you in their mind, in their brain. They're giving you access to their ship. Somebody asks you a question about what you're thinking. You don't have to tell them if you don't want to. You don't. You don't have to let that person know where you're flying your ship to. A lot of people want to intercept you anyway. A lot of people want to one-up you anyway. So you on the outside and the inside, read why a person might be asking the question. You might make a face. A face is a picture. It is a symbol. A facial expression is a letter. A facial expression could be looked at as 1,000 words. One expression. You don't have to say anything. If you give a person a frowned up face, how did they get the word frown if the face you made did not say that you were upset or experiencing a certain emotion, that you didn't like something, right? And all of these words I'm using to describe. Describe, scribe meaning to write down. Describe meaning to write it down. Somebody might beg to differ. They might say, "Oh, no, that ain't what describe mean." Me personally, I'm gonna tell you whatever you say, buddy. And it would be right, because I don't like to deal in right and wrong. It's because I know how the brains work. If your brain is being steered to tell me that I'm wrong about something, I'm liable to tell you you're right just so I can get far away from you. Okay? I need to fly my ship in another direction because this fool thinks he can tell me how to think. That right there is somebody violating your craft. They don't have the ability to do that unless you give them the ability to do that. There's going to be people that are stealing or using your information, the information or the direction you're going in. They want to go in that same direction. They don't even know where y'all going. It's the same way a person is going, "What are you about to draw?" They don't know where you headed, but they want to follow you. Okay? If they're following you and they don't know where you're headed, shame on them. Get it? Shame on them. Instead of you being your own craft, you want to follow my craft. If you follow my craft, how do you know I'm not leading you to the edge? And then when we get to the edge and I fly off the edge and you looking going, "This nigga just flew off the edge." You don't know how to fly yet. So the edge scares the shit out of you because you don't know the ledge. You don't. You don't have the knowledge of flight. You don't have the knowledge to lift off. Once we get to the edge, if you're following me, how do you take off? If I take off without you, if I don't turn around in flight and go, "This is how you fly, bruh." He still got to have the nerve to want to do it. If he doesn't have the nerve to want to lift off and fly off that edge with you, then what's going to happen? Soon as they jump, they're going to fall. So you got a lot of people out here that have a little bit of knowledge, but they don't know how to fly off the ledge. So once they get to the ledge, they stop going. A person like us will just fly off the ledge and land on another ledge because there's plenty of ledges. There's plenty of them. You just got to know how to fly from one to the next. You can't have a person asking you what it is you about to say. Somebody trying to say what you about to say before you say it as if they got telepathy intact. It's hard for you to even have telepathy intact without watching a person's behavior patterns first and knowing that with those behavior patterns comes grooves in the brain. It's hard for you to change that groove and that pattern. So if I can be around you long enough, I'll know how you think. And from knowing how you think, I could pretty much predict where you're going to be. Basketball players that are good at defense, they block shots and steal balls, and because they can predict what you're going to do with it. By what? Picking up on your patterns. Thought waves or brain waves work like that. They work off of the grooves. The electro neurons inside the brain create grooves or engravings, or they scratch and record into the brain. So a person will do the same thing over and over and over and over and over until they learn, they get the information and the direction and the guidance to do something different. They're going to stay in that groove until they can learn to do something different. And a lot of times it takes a person that has a different set of grooves than you to teach you that. Okay, so you don't necessarily want to get to the ledge and not be able to fly. Knowledge, that is. You don't want to acquire what you think is a bunch of knowledge and you don't know how to fly off the ledge yet. You just know where the ledge is. As soon as you get to the ledge, you turn right around and go backward. You keep going back to where you came from instead of going forward to somewhere you've never been before. You can't change your pattern unless you're able to fly. I'll yield the mic. I don't want to just keep on going on and on and on and on and on. I know y'all got the picture. I drew it good enough, didn't I?
He did, bro. Hey, Q, 815. Hey,
Yes,
that when
sir.
he's talking about the wind, Thought Nubian had a song, Pops put out, The Wind and I.
See? The wind,
the wind and I. The wind and I. And he got the wind blowing within that on that joint, man.
Pops
That's
can
just
fly.
put that. Yeah, he flies. So he put a song out called Wind and I. I just want to add that.
Thank you for adding that too, big bro. That helps everything. That helps bring it all together for me, man. As an artist, I wasn't aggravated, but I used to laugh when somebody said, "What you drawing?" Right before I got there. I didn't even start drawing yet. I just got a pencil and some paper. What you about to draw? Like, man, get out of my head. Get away from me. Then when I get done, I'll bring it to you and show you. I might even give you the picture. Arts and crafts, big bro. Arts and crafts, man. Our crafts is what help us take off. You got millions of black people right now today that are using their crafts, to make more money than they ever made in their life. They're using their crafts. I use my craft to try to think ahead all the time. I always want to think ahead so I could prepare and be prepared and stay ready. And that way I ain't got to get ready. That's why y'all hear me say stuff all the time like, don't put all your faith in money, in the dollar, that is. Don't put all your faith in nothing that you can't use. And don't put your faith in it. Put the faith in you and your ability to drive the ship that you have, right? Imagine this. Young elder, you gave me 50,000 pieces of gold, right? And there's nobody for me to spend that gold with. What makes the gold of value, if I don't have anybody to exchange it with? I would say, as a chemist or as a alchemist, any metal is valuable to me because I can take the gold and use it to conduct electricity. I can take it, melt it down, mash it down to something flat. I can create rings out of it. I can create gold bricks. I can create different things from it. That's what makes it valuable, is that it's a soft, moldable metal. It's not just conductive, it's also reflective too. It's things that these metals have that we don't pay attention to if we're only thinking about the cost of living with the gold. I never would think about the cost of living. You gave me a bag of gold, I'm gonna be taking it home trying to figure out how I can get some power out of it. Instead of me going up the street going, hey man, I'll buy your car. I got 50 gold shillings right here I can give you for your car. Nah, I'll take the car, my gold, and try to make design a better engine or design a better engine part out of the gold. Something like that makes that metal valuable. My guidance and intelligence makes that metal valuable. Gold ain't valuable just sitting there. Neither is silver, neither is platinum. None of that stuff is valuable without you picking it up and molding it and shaping it into something productive. None of it. So it doesn't matter if somebody gave me $1 million tomorrow and then the government decided to say that the dollar ain't worth nothing no more. We would be stuck with 1 million pieces of paper that we have to use for the campfire to put inside the fireplace and the house to keep the house warm. It wouldn't be worth nothing else. It wouldn't be worth nothing. I'd be trying to sew blankets out of my dollars. Like I got plenty of money, but it ain't worth nothing. So we got to be able to what? Think about worth and value in a different manner. They told us gold is only worth, exchanging hands with it, buying things with it. But gold has a greater value than purchasing products and materials with it. It's a material itself. We have to have the knowledge of gold. We get the knowledge of gold, then we know when gold is good and when gold is bad. When you're looking at a piece of copper that's been mixed with other alloys and made to look like bronze, you got to be able to know how to do this with your gold, with your copper, with your silver. You got to know how to change it, have it transmutated with your alchemy. Okay, without alchemy, without being an alchemist, you don't know what to do with no gold. You don't know what to do with no silver. You don't know what to do with no platinum. You really don't. You just have it sitting up there in the house going, doesn't this statue look good? This platinum statue. You know what I mean? That right there is a mind state that I've been told by the ethers to help bring us to an understanding that we got to get out of that way of thinking. Our people had to stop thinking about profit that way. The most profitable thing you have is a brain and your free will to use that brain. If a person is telling you what to think and how to think, then they've stolen your free will from you, or you voluntarily gave it up to them because you didn't know what direction to go in, right? You didn't have no guidance from within. So the guidance has to come from an external source. And when that happens, you end up following somebody. And you know what I say about following people all the time. If you're behind a person and they pass gas, they ain't going to smell it as long as they're moving forward. You're the one going to smell it. You're going to smell all that gas. And it might kill you because you have no idea what that person consumed before you started following them. This is what keeps me safe from beings nowadays that are looking to mislead people and looking to misguide people and have them doing things that they know they wouldn't do themselves. They take your free will away from you because you don't know who or what you are. So using your own brain comes with the exercising of free will. Free will, well, shit, how do you drive a car without a steering wheel? Right? So your will steers you. It steers you left, right, steers you all around. So if you ain't exercising your will, somebody else will. I'm I'm gonna yield the mic right there. Young girl, you want to say something on that?
Hey, yeah, we got a lot of people in the building. We got like 88 people in the building, and I think that one cat asked the question. He wanted you to break down, because on one tape he was breaking down the bird's eye view. You know what I'm saying? He's talking about the bird's eye view, and about the 4 L's below. They only looking at it from one angle, and then the bird has because we are the school of the birds, right? We the school of the hawks, the school of Haru, right? And we see things from a bird's eye view. So their view can never be like ours, because they can't fly as high as ours, fly as high as us. So that's another thing that one cat was asking, because I'm watching the chat while you talking. I'm watching the chats and seeing if people got questions. So if you got any questions for 15 of the young elder or any one of the elders, just drop it in the chat, right? And I put 15 cash app and my cash app in the link. So if you want to send donations, just in the links too as well. Yeah. So man, like I want, hey, it's a whole bunch of stuff that we got to cover in a short amount of time. Like we said, they had us blocked off of YouTube for 7 days, but we back up and running. We back in business, right? We're gonna be going live again tomorrow. So we're just bringing it, man. So like I said, if you got any questions, drop them in the chats. I'm watching the chats right now. And Rob Bot, to everybody that's in the building, we want to thank you for coming out and kicking it with us. It's the Sons of Tahuti, right? And like I say, 15 been dropping a lot of stuff. We're gonna be able to play it back once we get through doing the Zoom meeting. You'll be able to play it back and hear some of the stuff if you're just coming in, right? So we lit, man. I'm really my cousin is working on my wife's vehicle right now, so I might have to step out to check on him, and then when he get done, get my tools back from him, because I got like I said, I got all the tools, and like I say, 15 was talking about the gold. What you gonna do with the gold or the money? That's the thing. That's how they got us. That's the only way they got a control still over us, because we depend on their money. If we got it, like if money, the only value that money has is what we give it. You know what I'm saying? If we didn't think that money had no value, it wouldn't. So like it's like the soul man thinking, so is he. You know what I'm saying? We think money to value, so that's why the white man is still in power. Long as his face is still on the money, we'll never be in power. Long as we using the money with his face on it, right? And we exchange it, we gotta, and people kill people over this shit. People kill people over money. People kill people over, dude. I know a dude that shot a dude over $10. $10, man. Come on, man. Like, so the shit that's going on with the money is definitely an issue as far as us as a Nubian community and a Nubian whole. The issues with the money and how we look at money. Then women will sell their body for money. Niggas will do whatever. You offer them enough money, like say like my cousin. Now my cousin is working on my car, but if if I broke down on the side of the road, you call your cousin in the middle of the night, 2 o'clock in the morning. I think 15 made a reference to this too. If you say, man, I ain't got no money, man, could you come help me? Oh, folk, I don't know, man. You know what I'm saying? It's like 2 o'clock. But you tell them you got $100. Say, man, I got $100 if you come help me. You know what I'm saying? Then they go, all right, folk, where you at, man? I'm gonna be pulling up right on you. Then I got some cousins, like they say we on black people's time, right? I got some cousins, man. He'll tell you, like, hey, man, you coming, right? You on your way? Yeah, I'm on the way, man. You call him back, hey, man, I'm right around about 10 minutes away. That's really like 25 minutes. You got to put 15 extra minutes on what he tell you, because he really 15, 20 minutes away. So, but money is a big issue. Like I say, people will do whatever for money. There's like women that's in the script club showing their body. And if they wasn't getting no money, would they do it? If it wasn't no money, that's why they say money is the root of evil, because people do shit that they wouldn't normally do for money. But when you like say when you got gold, you're an alchemist, you got gold and different metals you can use. If you're an alchemist, like a lot of these phones that we own, like the phone we own now, it's got gold inside of it, it's got silver inside of it. So they need this gold and silver. And like I say, what we do for money, we got to change it. we got to change our concept on money until where we got to get the money and exchange. Like me, I like to take, I don't, my wife be mad at me. She's like, you don't never save no money. Nah, I ain't saving no money. You know what I'm saying? I ain't saving no money. I'll spend it every time. Hey, a good alchemist, a good alchemist always spend the money. You know what I'm saying? A good alchemist always gonna spend it. You know what I'm saying? And that's like spending it like, you know, like spending, monatomic gold, like spending it, right? So a good alchemist, I'm always gonna, when I get the money, it'll burn. It said burn a hole in your pocket. Well, money burns the holes in my pocket. So I got to spend it. I got to get some, change it for something that's worth value, like books, gas or whatever, something that's real money, commodity money, right? I'm putting the tape out too on the money, right? Because dealing with the money, because you can talk about that too, 15, about the different currencies. Like you got AC, which is alternate current. Then you got DC, which is direct current. And then you got alternative or currency, which is what they call money. And it's also dealing with water, right? Money is dealing with water because you got currents and water, right? So it's a lot of things. It's energy. People don't know that the money carries energy. That's why it makes people move like that. That's why and like I say, it ain't money that's supposed to move your ship. Like the 15 just said, it's knowledge. It's information. It's affirmation, mid-information. It's stuff that your brain power. Because money is easy to get. Money is easy to accumulate if you got the knowledge to accumulate the money. But like I say, every good alchemist is gonna spend it. I ain't save. My wife, she like to save money. I don't save nothing. I'll spend it. Because hey, you know why? Because I know I'm gonna get some more money to the next day or the next day. So that's why I always spend it on something that I need or something that I want. Because one day you're gonna, with all the people that's saving all that money, I'll never save over 10 grand or $7,000 because one day that money is gonna be worth, niggas gonna be using it to, like you said, put it in the fireplace. They're gonna be using it to keep warm. Money is not gonna be shit. It is happening right now as we speak. Money is going out. And you know that Muhammad Gaddafi, one of the reasons why he got took out is because he was trying to go to the gold standard again. A lot of brothers overseas, like a lot of kings and rulers of countries, they don't want to deal with American dollar no more. And it's mainly the American dollar. Now they going to the crypto, and that's and 15. I already broke that down too about the crypto. It's gonna be the same thing. Really, that's really worse than money almost. Because now I can just type in the computer any number I want and then mash enter and put it into your account. But then I can also mash another button and take all your money out your account. And they already, like, I think Baba broke it down on another tape where he goes into, he talks about them getting rid of the regular money and going into electronic money where you don't get, like on the food stamps, you don't get the food stamps like we used to do back when I was little. We used to get like the food stamp book. My mom used to send me to the store to buy bread and stuff with the food stamps. It was different colors, right?
Right.
I don't know if y'all remember that, right? The different color
like Monopoly money.
Yeah, Monopoly money, right? Used to have that back in the day, but now you got to get a call.
Hold on. I'm sorry to cut you off.
Go ahead.
You see, right there, people, right there, they was able to give me and you a booklet of stamps. The stamps were equivalent to $1 amount. That lets you know the paper ain't worth nothing. It's what they say. They put a bunch of images and symbols on the paper to have you thinking, hey, this is just as good as gold. This is just as good as silver and copper. When all actuality is monopoly money. Even the money we got in the bank account is monopoly money. As long as it's sitting there and as long as you got a mind to save the money and not your people, ain't nobody talking about saving their people. They saving the money. The money ain't even alive. Let's keep it real. Let's talk about saving people that are breathing. All right, saving our own self and kind and providing for our own self and kind. And it's hard for people nowadays to even feel like they can provide for you without a bunch of money. That's why when he used the scenario of calling your cousin in the middle of the night and telling him, hey man, you know, I'm down on my luck. I'm broke down over here on the side of the road. I need your help. Can you come out here and help me? You want him to come help you with his craft, with his ability, with his knowledge, with his information, because he knows how to fix the situation with his information. And if he won't teach you the information, then you'll have to depend on him again later, instead of him teaching you how to fish. And instead of you giving him money, you're going, hey man, I got the tools. I just need you out here. I don't need you to do it for me, right? I just need you to make sure I'm doing it right. And then he comes out there, you can pay him some money to teach you his craft, and then you don't need him no more after that. You fixed it. You fixed the problem. The problem was that you didn't know how to fix the problem. Now you do, it ain't no more problems. Problem solved. And the root word to solve is soul. Go ahead, big bro. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's fire. That's fire. That's fire. So, like I say, like, yeah, it's a whole bunch of cats out here like that. They saying this and that. Like I said, I paid one cat to go learn some stocks, and then I went in. I ain't gonna say no names, but I went in to learn the stocks. And when I got in the class, I paid the guy 150, but I realized that, man, all stuff that he teaching, I already know. So like, there's a lot of cats out here. They want you to come to them and pay them to teach you what you could already learn for yourself. It's with the internet, with all the books out here. There's no excuse on. There's no excuse for you to not be able to. Like that starter though. Like my cousin, he putting a starter on my wife car, but I could have put it on myself, but I was like, I got to do the Zoom. And then he type of guy, he don't got no avenues of income besides working on cars. So I just let him go ahead and do it and make him some money. So I was just showing him some love. Like, but I actually could have waited till Saturday and put it on myself, because I looked up on YouTube on how to do it right there. I looked up on YouTube on how to put this starter on this particular car, and it had like 20 different videos on there on the same car on how to install it. So I could have really, and I got all the tools already. So because like I say, when I get some money, I'm spending it. Especially if I see something that I can add to my game, like far as food source and anything like that, I always spend it. My wife's like, you always spending your money. Hey, I'm gonna spend that shit soon as I get it. Hey, I don't keep. Hey, I ain't gonna keep a couple. Hey, I keep a couple dollars on me though, like $5 or $10 to I do a lot of charity work. Like it don't matter if you white or black. You know what I'm saying? When I have like $5 or $10 just stashed in my truck, and so if I see somebody with a sign, I just stop and give it to them. And I think that's a reason, another reason why that people always bless me, because I'm always sending that energy. That's another thing. Giving is a good energy, man, because what you're doing is when you help somebody, you sending a balance back into the universe. You sending energy out, because they like to say that money is an energy. That money is an energy. And so when you helping somebody with that money, you reversing the energy. As an alchemist, you reversing the energy on people buying drugs with it, people going, man, like I saw, like I'm gonna tell you, man, something that really pissed me off. I saw Mayweather on these brothers' show, Floyd Mayweather. He got $1 billion. This brother got $1 billion, right? And I saw him on one of these shows, and this brother had an $18 million watch on. I said, man, you gonna spend $18 million on a watch, and niggas is in like, yo, people. I mean, come on, man. What the fuck is wrong with that? $18 million on a damn watch that somebody can fucking rob, bust him upside the head with a pistol, and knock all his security out and take that watch. And then what he gonna be doing? It's $18 million out of the drain. He could have took that $18 million and they. I'm saying this, but they probably watching those brothers. They got that type of money to try to control them. Where say you better not. They probably told him before he gave it to him. You better not help none of your own people out with this money. This brother could have bought a whole fucking city with $18 million, and all the homeless people in Las Vegas, brother, and you gonna spend $18 million on a watch, my man? What kind of mentality is that? 15? Well, nigga spent $18 million on a watch, and his homeless nigga he drive right around the corner and some homeless niggas holding a sign. Well, come on, man. That shit is crazy to me. Ain't no way I would never spend fucking $18 million on a watch. And then they asked him, Yeah, that's just idiotic. And then he said, they said, how much that chain you got around your neck? He said, oh yeah, this ain't nothing but a light $5 million. $5 million on a freaking chain. And you got to think about this. Those diamonds, they ain't even really worth that much. They fucking just, they charge niggas like that. Like if like a nigga say, oh yeah, they know you got some money. They usually charge $1,500 to do it. They're gonna charge you $3,000 because you look like you got some money. You know what I'm saying? He's gonna make up a price on top of his head to charge you. You know what I'm saying? Because you look like you got money. But ain't no way. I understand you got a plane and all that, but a watch, brother, you gonna spend $18 million on a watch, and there's people out here starving.
I spent 18 million, bro, on a watch that I made that opens up a portal for me to walk through to another dimension. I spend all kinds of money to build a watch or a portal or a ship or something like that that's worth real value, but not a timepiece.
Yeah, just a
I'm not going to spend 18 million on no timepiece, brother.
No, man. Hell no.
And he like,
go ahead.
My bad. Sorry about that, brother.
No, you good.
You good. You go ahead.
I said that.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, the person that did that will probably tell you, well, you can't say what you would or wouldn't do, because you ain't never had 18 million to spend on a watch, right? And then I'll be, I would say to that person, hey man, I don't give a shit if I got all the money. I don't care if I own the print that prints the money. I'm not never gonna do what you just did, because I don't think that way, because my perspective is on a higher level than that. Just like you said, help the homeless people. You don't help them by going out there and feeding them. You help them by having a shelter built for them that they can run, they can operate, they're responsible for. They have to clean it. You get them the finest ovens, finest stoves, right? Put them in some programs to teach them how to use their hands.
Yeah, you cut out 15. Do we all cut out? I think you cut out. It might be going 15, might be going through a bad zone. I think 15 going through a bad zone right now. Hey, you there, 15? The speed of thought. Yeah, then Mayweather, man, that was a stupid why. Because I mean, hey, 15, you got cut out. Yeah, but that was a stupid buy, man. I would have did that. I would have bought, like you said, I would have got a homeless shelter for these beings that's out there. And like I said, I wouldn't have just gave them money. Sometimes I do just give them money, but it'd be like $5 or $10. But like I say, if 15 got cut out, he'll be back. Yeah, but that's a stupid ass move, man, for Mayweather. Your people is in a predicament. Then he got all kind of cars. He got just about every foreign exotic car you can name in his garage. I ain't got no problem with that, because some of them cars is collector items. But that watch, my nigga, that you got a watch that's made of nothing but diamonds, and it's $18 million, and you telling me it's people in your damn city that's homeless? That's why the world is the way it is, because of niggas like that. Now he can say, I earned this money myself, but then he become a shellfish, and selfish people, man, they're not with us. They're not with the sons of Tahuti, right? The sons of Tahuti, they really will never let me get a certain amount of money, right? Because they know I'm gonna give it out. If I make $1 million, I'm gonna give 900,000 out, right? To people, helping people. Because even back in the day, I tried to be a drug dealer, but I ain't last 2 weeks, right? Because I gave all the drugs out. Because everybody that come to me with their story, hey man, you got this, that. So they always came to me with a story, and so I give it to them for free. I ain't make no money off of it. So it's like, man, this ain't my line. I got my heart my heart is not tough enough to be a drug dealer, right? That like I'm a warrior, but like as far as like people that's in need, I always give it to them. And sometimes I give my last because I know that when I give it out, the energy gonna come back. It always do. It always come back fold, like tenfold when I give. And all for all the brothers that be helping, and shout out all the brothers that be helping us out. You know what I'm saying? When we be needing, because we don't. I don't work, right? I just do this YouTube, and this how I try to make a living, right? Then they know if you got your wife on your back talking about bills and all this, right? So the Most High blessed me. He blessed me because and I always have what I need because of how I give. You know what I'm saying? How I show love, you know, to all the people that's in need. But like people like Mayweather and like what have Michael Jordan gave back? Let's think about it. Michael Jordan, everybody, all the Nubians that been buying 15 to be back on in a minute, he might went through a bad zone. Let me see. Maybe make sure he ain't trying to get back in. Yeah, but let's think about it. All the Nubians that bought Michael Jordan shoes. Everybody wants some Jordans, some sneakers, Jordan sneakers. These joints $200. I done heard of some joints getting up to like 20,000-30,000 for a pair of Michael Jordan joints. You know what I'm saying? Like the classic joints. And what have Michael Jordan? I mean, he might be doing some, like, I don't really keep up with the brother a lot, so he might be doing something, but like as far as on the, there you go 15 right there. Let me get them back in. Yeah, so like I say, Michael Jordan, what have he did for the Nubian community? Everybody's buying Michael Jordan. The Nubians been buying Michael Jordan shoes since I was little. My mama used to buy me Michael Jordans when I was little. Well, then when I got old enough, she stopped buying them, right? Started giving us our own little money to go get our own shoes. But everybody that bought Michael Jordan shoes, Michael Jordan got $1 billion, and his niggas homeless right around the corner from his house. They don't even sound. That's like the whole balance of the universe is all right. 15, I think you back, man. You got cut out.
Oh yeah, I was vibing with you though. You right about that though.
Yeah,
you right about that. That don't make
$200 for a goddamn pair of shoes that they make over. And when I was over in Korea, you could buy a pair of Michael Jordans for like $3 to $7. But over here, they niggas go pay $200-300 for a pair of Michael Jordans. Man, you crazy?
Do that.
Man, what's the scientific explanation for that type of stupidity?
Exactly. What is the sign?
But the thing is,
hey, what's up?
Go ahead,
What's up, my brother?
Sorry, y'all. Sorry.
Go ahead.
But the thing is that I seen what Michael Jordan had done. He built more prison for you to put y'all in. Put us
exactly.
Invested in prisons.
Exactly.
He invested in prisons. That shit is mentally ill. The niggas ill. They crazy, bruh. Money made that man do that. Money. The system's money made that man do that. Not overstanding. You don't own any money. Remember, on Coming to America, in order for Hakeem to have his own money, he had to have his face on it. Where's the Negro's face at on the money? They talking about putting Harriet Tubman on $1, and she didn't even exist. I'm talking about she's a made-up story, just like Nat Turner.
Yeah,
I'm letting you know the truth. Okay, the real Underground Railroad is an actual tunnel system where cities and stuff underground under the United States still exist to this day, and people that didn't want to be employed under the indentured servitude of their employer would run. And when they would run, they had songs to describe the way to find out where these little tunnels were. And then they had conductors on those railroads waiting to ship people from these, underground cities back and forth until they could come up to the surface in a safe spot. But Harriet Tubman was just one being they wanted you to focus on. Just like Henrietta Lacks. They want you to think that only Henrietta Lacks has immortal cells. Nobody else, just her. They always pick who our heroes are going to be. And then they write a story, and then we read the story, and then they make it part of the curriculum in school. Now you're being taught this at 6, 7, 8, 9, and you grow up your whole existence in a body going, Harriet Tubman freed the slaves. Nigga, the Underground Railroads was freeing slaves, was freeing indentured servants. That's what was going on. It was an operation. Can't no one woman do that.
Exactly. Go ahead.
Ain't nobody, I mean, you got to use your brain. Okay, I love the story. Okay, I do. I love the story of Nat Turner. I love the story, but I know these beings individually did not exist like this. Not like this. Was it a woman named Harriet? Probably so. But what does the word Harriet mean? Did anybody look that up? What does Tubman mean? These are words that they put together to form a name because they work witchcraft on the brain, on our brain, on how we think. And remember what I said, if you let a person control how you think, they're the ones steering your will. Okay? You can't have no free will if you don't know how to steer your will. They've been steering our will with money and servitude for a long time because we never had the, well, not never. They took the knowledge away from the babies. All the elders that died back in that time died with the information. They died with the knowledge. They died with the guidance. And they weren't able to teach it to the babies because the indentured servant supervisor, which is the cracker, and the master, which is the manager or CEO of the company that owned the plantation, would take the babies, remove them from the parents so the parents couldn't guide them. So they wasn't allowed to pass on the knowledge. That's how we got stupid. That's how. They take us, and it's called child trafficking nowadays. But child trafficking was the backbone of slavery.
Thanks.
It was the backbone of it. Without getting us as children, you'd have never been able to keep us on the plantation working. They kept us there because we didn't know which way to run because we had never been anywhere else. We was born there, right? So do you have the mindset to run from your master who's really your daddy? They raised us. This is how they were able to interject a story about Harriet Tubman into our brains because they taught it to me, you, and you, and you in school. Your grandmother would have never taught you about no damn Harriet Tubman. Excuse me. Harriet Tubman is a combination of names, but I ain't talking about women named Harriet. Okay, I'm not talking about them. And forgive me if anybody took it that way. There are some Black women named Harriet. All right. There's some Black men named Nat. Nat is a nickname for Nathaniel. I know plenty of Nates. Right. Nate is Nat. Right. But what they don't tell you is it was the indigenous Native Americans that were pillaging the white Caucasian towns. There were unions or militia of Black men that were native to America that was doing this. They tried to make it seem like it was just Nat Turner because they wanted to implant it in your brain that the rebellion was over. And they do it with what? Pictures and images. They put the flyer out there, most wanted man in America, and have you thinking that the man that they got painted on that picture is the most dangerous man in the world, when really the dude is a humble man looking for a place to live and a meal. He ain't gonna kill nobody, but they put him out there as a murderer. Just like right now, Karen, they call these white women Karens, you know, they're always getting in the mix of some shit and lying about it so they can mess up what you got going on. Karen to get on the phone and call 911. 911 don't know what's going on. They ain't there. They receive a phone call. This lady goes into her best acting material. She's crying. She's saying, they beating me. Ain't nobody laid a finger on this lady, but she lied about it. Next thing you know, 5, 6 squad cars pull up. And this sends the Nubian man and woman into a frenzy. We pissed off at her lie because we hate liars, right? And we start really going off like, I'm gonna beat this bitch ass. You never touched her until the cops showed up. Now y'all going to jail for real. This is how the most wanted posters worked. This is how the Nat Turner story worked. The indigenous men in the land was pillaging all of these towns, and the white men formed a militia to stop them, okay? And in order to stop them, one of the indentured servant children that was born on the plantation ratted out the Nubian militia and told the white men where they were going to be next. And then they met them and they started shooting us and killing us and knocking us off slowly but surely in order to stop what was happening to them. You see, because we had it. I mean, had it. We got tired of it. And we just started going town to town and taking them out because we knew they stole our land from us. They don't want that to happen nowadays. So you got a bunch of officers that as soon as they see you and you get hostile with them on the road, they just blow your brains out. They go ahead and kill you. So they you know, and they make it seem like you, as Oscar Grant, shot him in the back while he was laying on his face. Right? Could have used the taser, but shot him in the back. Old boy that where they put the knee on his neck, you know, and they did the Masonic ritual, and they performed a scene. Yeah, George Floyd. They do it right on camera now. The camera and everybody's cell phones is that most wanted poster now. See, as soon as you see it, you think it's real. You go, oh man, look at what they did to that brother. What if they never killed him? What if they cut a deal with him and his family? Why are they paying black families after they murdered the black family's children? They paying them money to shut them up. How is that even possible to shut me up after you murdered my baby? There ain't no dollar amount you can give me after you done killed my son to shut me up and run me somewhere where I'm not warning my people that this is happening, right? So they do things to trigger your brain to jump so that you can the cliff. Go ahead, big bro. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying it's all magic. Like you be teaching, it's all magic. Like it's
That's
like they call it theatrics. That's like a form of magic, ain't it? Theatrics.
Yep. All the world is a stage. Shakespeare said, all the world is a stage to an actor, to someone that can get you to believe something is not. And then once you believe that it is, then it becomes what it is. Not in the real world, but in your mind, in your brain. You start to respond to things differently. How long did it take for them to put red and white and blue flashing lights on the top of a policeman's car? How long did it take for those lights to startle you, to scare you? Now it's embedded in your DNA. When you see them lights, your heart start pounding. That's magic. That's magic. See, because we're energy and they're steering your will with the energy of fear, with the spell of fear, because they triggered the fear the same way a hypnotist on stage, he has to snap his fingers to get you to start clucking like a chicken or quacking like a duck. You do it, but then he rings a bell and you snap out of it. Now you're going, what happened? And everybody in the audience is laughing at you because they think you was faking. When you volunteered your brain to this person to program and hypnotize, now he got you acting like this asshole on stage. This is how the police lights and sirens work. They trigger an emotion in you so you can submit to their will. That's how it works. If it wasn't working this way, then there would be no need for the lights or the sirens. They're there to startle you, to scare you. And then once you're in fear, they can control you. They can steer your will. They can say, all right, put your hands behind your back and your arms just go limp and do it. Because you got it in your brain pre-programmed that if you don't, this motherfucker's gonna kill me. He's going to shoot me. He's going to tase me. He's going to beat me with his billy club. He's going to do all kinds of damage to my physical body if I don't do what he says. This is the programming. This is how they programmed us for the Nat Turner stories and Harriet Tubman stories and all the other stories they told you. Now, remember, we've already been warned that maybe 100 years from when Martin Luther King got murdered, he's going to be white in a movie and he's going to be played by a white man, right? And the newbies that were alive to tell you that that's a lie, they'll already be dead. So they can't tell you, no, man, Martin Luther King wasn't white. It'd be one or two niggas left on the planet going, I was alive to know Martin Luther King would, and they'll have you in a nut house with a straitjacket on in a padded room because you said Martin Luther King is not white. They did it with Jesus. They did it with Joshua. And we know Joshua is Horus. They did it with Horus when they made Horus Joshua. See? They kept changing the stories, which means he who controls the thoughts within with the pen can control you. They control people that are scribes, are wizards. The pen and the pencil is the magic wand. The storyteller is the wizard. He can plant things in the brain and change everything in your world, because this world is not the planet. The planet is a living organism. The world is a frame of thought. It's how we think about the planet we live on. Whoever's controlling your thinking is a magician, is a wizard, a sorcerer, a witch doctor. You know, you see, they use placebos in the hospitals. They give people medicines and trick them into thinking they're well, because they know that's how the power of the mind. They can trick you, trickery, magic trick, right? Knowing that it's called magic trick, and then you go pay $30 for a ticket and you come out of there amused going, man, that was a great show. You wanted to be tricked because somewhere in your egotistical frame of thought, you think you can't be. So that opens you up. That's what brings you on stage. I'm gonna see if this motherfucker can hypnotize me. I know this shit ain't real. And you didn't step up there and volunteered your brain. Now you on the ground and you doing the kick worm because you think you a snake. And everybody in the audience is watching you do this. And then when you come to, he ring a little bell, ding-a-ling-a-ling, and you come back and go, what just happened? Hypnosis is very real, okay? In order for us to be woke up, those hypnotic seals on the brain that closed off certain chambers of the brain that wouldn't allow you to think of new things and exercise your free will and your who and your whoa or your thought or frame of thought, they took that away from you. When a master teacher came and broke all those barriers down and allowed us to be able to think freely, use our will, and create. Again, they don't want that. The master teacher didn't even get to teaching y'all some of the stuff that we are bringing out now. He was able to put it in books, but how many people got a chance to read those books? Everybody, I ain't read all the books. I ain't had time to, or I haven't taken the time to, okay? I haven't exercised my time to read all of the books because they, meaning the other sorcerers and wizards on the planet, they keep me working a job. They keep me thinking I need money to pay bills. They keep me thinking that I need insurance. I got insurance for my whole family and we don't even go to the damn hospital for nothing. We use the insurance for glasses and dental work, but we do not go to that damn hospital because we already know what they're going to do to you up in there, right? You go in there, sign your life over. So that's another part of the hypnotic spell, the contracts. Contracts have you thinking that you be stuck to something. The only way to knock all of this cobwebs off our brain is to look at nature. Nature will wake you up every time. Every time. All you got to do is ask yourself what contract that bobcat is under, the one that lives in the wooded mountain areas, the one that will attack the shit out of you if you threaten its livelihood, because it's a natural thing to protect itself. Try to put a bear under a contract. I mean, one in the wild, not one in the circus. Okay, go out there to a grizzly bear and tell him you ain't gonna let him get some of them goodies you got up in your tent. That bear gonna run everybody off the land, and he's gonna open up every bag of chips you got. He might even eat the whole bag, like just throw the bag in his mouth and chop up the plastic and the chips. It's all the same to the bear. You know what I'm saying? So that lets you know the boundaries we have on our brain shouldn't be there. They were placed there from childhood on up. It would be no such thing as slavery, indentured servitude, or any of that if we were allowed to have our parents and our grandparents be our guides, be our teachers. They took your ability to discipline your child away from you with children's services. That's more magic that they put on the brain. Now the mother and father won't even discipline the child, and you got children that are 4, 5, and 6 using profanity like their mama and daddies do. As soon as you backhand them in the mouth and say, boy, you ain't grown, the child crying, some white woman named Karen sees it from across the street, she calls 911, and they come out there and arrest you for being a good parent. Because they don't see what you see. I know my child came out of my loins. My wife knows my child came out of her stomach. So how you gonna tell us when he needs to be popped in the mouth or not? How? You don't have the right to tell me that. But they took your right from you by creating these different systems for us to get trapped into. We trapped up in children's services. We trapped up in foster homes now. Almost 80 to 85% of Black people in America now have to go through some type of damn foster care. See? Or juvenile detention centers or jail. These are the things that created barriers to where we think free will is the ability to buy what you want. I can just, if I want something, I got enough money to go out there and buy it. That's not free will, because you still got to wait for the goddamn store to open up. Then when you go in there, the price got to be right. And then you got to get the insurance on it in case it breaks down, because your dumb ass can't fix it. You got to take it back to the store and get another one. This is a trap, family. We've been trapped under a hypnotic spell of servitude too long. Way too long. And I'm telling you right now, sharing was our way of life. Sharing. Don't you let nobody tell you sharecropping is a thing of the past. Because niggas is going to have to do it again. I'm telling you, it's not old. We can renew sharing. You can't get into just sharing your dollar amounts. I'll just give you $50 and, you go ahead and take care of that and hit me back that 50, next week when you get a chance to. No. How about you help me build what I need? And then that way it's mine. We build both of us one. You got one, I got one. We shared. We shared in intelligence. We shared in helping hands. We shared in wisdom. We shared stories while we were building it. That's valuable. But we don't have any value if we keep thinking money buys happiness. Ain't even no such thing as happy. Happy's an energy, just like fear is. They use it to get you to buy things. It's just a spell. That's why they allow you to run after it, as in the pursuit of happiness. They allow you to pursue it, but they will not allow you to keep it. There's no such thing as keeping happiness. You can ask somebody what you want, and they'll say, I just want to be happy. They don't understand, they don't understand, stand, or overstand. You can't have happiness. It's not a part of life. They made you think it was. It's a spell. It's hypnotic. Every time your woman say, you don't make me happy, anymore. Well, I'm not about to be a slave to you and your happiness so that I can be miserable, because what I do that makes you happy makes me insane. I'm going out of my mind. I'm running around here smoking blunt after blunt after blunt because I'm trying to keep my wife happy. It's a spell, family. Peace is what you both need. Peace is also energy that is tranquil. It's like a tranquilizer, right? Peace. Peace is what you want to achieve when you go to sleep at night. Peace. You can't go to sleep in peace if there's no peace. And if she's not happy, or if you're not happy, how can you be peaceful? Because they got you thinking happiness brings peace. It's a lie. That's hypnotic. That's part of the spell. We can't get trapped up in the illusions of what they're giving us anymore. Every child, when they're a baby now, wants a cell phone because they see mommy and daddy on their cell phones all day long. They want laptops, they want tablets, and they want computers because we're programming them to need it. They think they need it. I seen a child screaming bloody murder because the mom took the phone from the baby, and it was a baby. It was an infant. And the baby cried like she had got stabbed in the leg when she took the daggone phone from her. Ah, ah, ah. And guess what the parent did? Instead of not sparing the rod, instead of not popping the baby's legs a little bit to establish the dominance you need, no, they gave the phone right back to her. So who won that fight? The parent or the baby? See how the power has been from you to the child? The child needs you to be powerful, needs you to be empowered. They need you to guide them and tell them what to do. And if you don't have the right to do that, then how the hell can you call yourself a parent nowadays? They done took parenthood and flipped it upside down, man, like they done gender. Now you got men out here don't know if they women or men, and women don't know if they women or men. This is magic, family. This is magic. This is hypnotism. Thanks to what they call reality TV. Ain't no such thing as reality. Tell lies to vision. That don't make no sense to a natural thinking person. It doesn't make any sense. You can look at it out there in nature. Ask the crows when they going to work. Ask the rabbit when you see one, when is he clocking in to work? How many bills he got to pay? Ask the squirrel, where you paying rent? You know, as you see him run by, that squirrel will look at you like, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're saying, but you better not come over here and try to grab me because I'll take off running. It's a natural instinct for them to run from you because they know you're crazy. They know you're out of your mind. These animals know. The deer, they know. They can't even cross the street. Can you imagine your hooves on some soft grass? And then all of a sudden, they're on something hard and you're going, what is this? And before you can realize what it is, bright lights blind you. And then next thing you know, you wake up on the other side of the quantum field. This is what we got to start paying attention to. We got to start paying attention to nature because nature will wake you up. Nature will wake you all up. Nature will break the spell. Okay? It will break the spell. Remember what I said about happiness. Happiness is a hypnotic spell. There's no such thing as achieving it. That's why it's always temporary. And this is why happiness and anger go hand in hand. They go hand in hand. So when you're not happy, you're mad. When you're not mad, you're happy. It's a teeter-totter effect. You're up and down in moods all day, every day. You're not stabilizing. What you really need is peace. And the only kind of peace that you can achieve is peace of mind. Peace in mind. Peace in the brain. You need to level off. You need to be balanced. Balance is being level. It teaches you how to measure. It teaches you how to know when to do something and when not to do something. If money makes you happy, then not having money will make you mad. Now, where's your control at? Where's your will? Money just stole it from you. Now you ain't got none. So you mad. You ain't got no money, you lose your mind. I heard a nigga named, well, I ain't even gonna mention his name. I'm gonna say it like he would say it. If I ain't got no money, I lose my mind. I heard this nigga say that. He run around calling himself the real Messiah. But you need money to be happy. Get your ass out of here, nigga. If you need sex to be happy, you're not never gonna be happy unless you got what? Some sex, which means you have to be working manipulation, hypnotic spells on women in order to get them to give you some all day, every day, so you can stay happy. It's a spell. Hypnotism, hypnotic. There's no peace in it. You have to be able to have peace of mind in order for you to actually establish some type of real wealth in the world, on the planet. Let's not say the world. World ain't nothing but an idea. When they say the end of the world is coming, you got all these people that are Bible thumpers, Quran thumpers, book thumpers, period. They go, the end of the world is here. You know, we living in the end times. End times, nigga? For real? Like I said, say that to a rabbit. Say it to a grizzly bear. Say the planet is going to end to a fish, a bird, a duck. You see? They don't comprehend what you're talking about because they're still having babies. They're still procreating. They're still eating. They're still living for free. So the end of the world is the end of a way of thinking. Thinking like an idiot. That's coming to an end. Time for dumb actions are over. Time for truth is here. Time for not wanting to slap the shit out of somebody for telling you the truth is here. It's judgment day. Well, everybody's been judged. You judging yourself. You judging other people. The ethers on the outside of you are judging you, right? You always been judged. You can't make a decision without judging first. This stuff is just, it's right front and center in our faces, but we ignore it. We don't look at it. Ignore it brings ignorance. We broke past that with Nuwapu. So now that we have established Nuwapu, thanks to the master teacher, Dr. Malachi Zoduk York L, now we know how to be natural like everything else in nature. Now we can participate with, like Brother Ned Peru said, the nature of nature, which is the quantum field. We participate with it because it participates with us. We don't have to fall for nobody's spells. We don't. Somebody try to tell you, hey man, if you do this, you can go out there tomorrow and guess what? You gonna get hit by a car because you fucked with me today. You should just laugh at that person and tell him, hey man, I'm sorry for messing up your day today. But I don't believe that bullshit you just said is gonna happen to me tomorrow because I messed with you today. You're not gonna trick me into that, because the minute you trick me into that, I'll put the thought wave out there that I'm gonna die tomorrow. I'll attract death to myself. I'll attract pain and hurt to myself through anger. How many times have I been mad, you've been mad, family members been mad, and we hurt ourselves? We just got to hurt something. That's hypnosis. Punching holes in walls. That's because of anger, lack of stability, lack of peace of mind. You're not happy. So you'll punch a hole in a wall. Now you think you hurt the wall? You hurt your fist. You punch a man in the face, in the jaw, you broke his jaw, but you also broke your fist. You swing at a man like Mr. Miyagi when he dodged old boy and he punched right through the car windows and busted both his hands up because he couldn't get his peace of mind. He was jealous. Jealousy's part of the hypnotic spell. These are things that go hand in hand with that word happy. Happy. If you still want to be happy, you're going to end up in hell. You're going to go through hell your whole life chasing happiness, chasing money, chasing sex. Control your desires. Because if you let your desires control you, you'll be the low life, the demon, the lowlander, the one causing conflict and putting everybody else through hell because you don't have no peace. A piece is also a portion of something. So when you get your peace of mind, you as a particle driving a body, you can establish your will again, because now you're in harmony with yourself and with nature, and now you're balanced. If you don't have any balance, soon as somebody say the end of the world is coming, your heart start pounding. Soon as somebody tell you the gates of hell is opened up, your heart starts pounding because you believe in hell. You believe that there's a lake of fire that you're going to get thrown in after you die. If you get thrown into a lake of fire, it's a volcano. Those exist in nature. So if somebody's talking about they got the keys to the gates of hell, then that means they're going to throw you in a volcano someday. They're going to put you right on in that lake of fire. That is what they describe as hell. Now, how many people want that happening? Wouldn't you fight if a person tried to pick you up, toss you in a volcano? You fight like mad to get free. You wouldn't just volunteer to do it unless you're already what? Dead in the head, dead in the brain. You ain't thinking for yourself, and somebody else is steering your starship because they got you thinking you deserve to dive on in there. I'm not. You ain't gonna get me to do it. I have to already be dead. Then you can throw my flesh in there. See, I want to be cremated anyway when I pass on from this life to the next in the higher existences. I want to be cremated. Burn all of this. This ain't nothing but bacteria. If you burn it all, then you can throw it back in the dust where it came from. If you maintain my flesh and my body, then it's going to take a long time to decompose anyway. You're not giving back to nature. You got to give the body back to nature. Let your soul and your spirit move on. Let your blood go back to the waters. Your blood is liquid ether. Let it go back to the waters, right? Let your flesh go back to the planet. And then let your breath go back to the quantum field, to the ethers. This is how things are going to separate. Your three parts are supposed to be separated. Then you could move on as a quantum particle to wherever your brain, or not brain, your memory can lead you. See, you're not going to be feeling certain pain outside of this body. This body can generate pain because of the nervous system. The only pain that you might feel outside of it is from an emotional memory. And then what will that do? It can weigh you down. And if you have a light memory, you can get lighter. But the wind is going to carry you. The clouds is equivalent to the crowd. Cloud, crowd, same thing. That's why when a lot of people are in a stadium and they're all clapping their hands, it sounds like rain. When people are yelling, sounds like hard wind is blowing. See, in a crowd, because the crowd represents the cloud. So where do you think all the particles end up? They end up in the clouds. The clouds are riding and moving on what is called the mother plane. They call it a mother plane because we all come down from that mother plane, and it gives birth to the rain, and the rain comes down here. A lot of us come down in it as particles, molecules, you see, atoms, and everything is working together as one. So quit falling for spells, family. Quit falling for people telling you they have the authority to tell you what to do. Don't nobody got that authority but you. It was given to you when you asked to come here. Man, if you don't go that way, I'm gonna beat you half to death. Well, what if I just start beating you half to death right now because you just threatened me? Huh? I got the right to do that. That's part of me exercising my will to defend myself and to get this demon up off my back that wants me to go jump into a volcano. You're not going to hypnotize me into doing no crap. I'm self-responsible. Okay? I wanted the option to come into a physical body to be self-responsible, and I'm not going to let myself respond to you. If you say something crazy, now you got a good idea, something that I resonate with, right? I vibrate with that, then me and you can vibe together. We can move together like molecules. We can create something that helps other people, like H2O, which is the marriage of 2 or 3 molecules, right? You got the molecule of oxygen and a molecule of hydrogen, and then those 3 come together, 2 hydrogen, 1 oxygen. Now you got drinkable water for everybody. That's right there. That's what I'm talking about, vibing. That's nature. This is what we're supposed to be like. We're supposed to behave like these particles, not like ignorant idiots that don't know no damn better. We got to get back into knowing. We got to get back into asking questions, okay? Not making each other sound stupid and look stupid. If somebody says something that don't make no sense to you, then ask them to make it make sense. If they don't know how, well, doesn't mean they're stupid, and it don't mean you're stupid. It means that that person probably can't do for you what you need done. So you don't go to him, you go to somewhere else. Go somewhere else. If you can't figure it out on your own, but do not create conflict and problems with a person that doesn't agree with you. It's not fair. It's ignorant to do that. Hey man, you're wrong. And then you should look at him and say, and I'm wrong to you. I'm right to me. See, you facing me, I'm facing you. I point right, you say it's left. Just like that. So I'm not telling people go out there and do what you want to do. It's consequences for everything. This is how energy works. That's why pain is a motivator. Pain is a teacher. That's why you need pain. You need a nervous system. You need all of that in this body because of checks and balances. Pain is a governor for the body. Pain governs you. That's why your mom is supposed to smack the baby that's acting crazy, because the baby just came in from the quantum field. They don't know what pain is yet until you give it to them. Now you let them know, calm down, settle down. Then you embrace them. You give them a hug. After you give them some love, then you give them a lecture. Teach them. That's guidance. Teach them how to vibrate. If you don't teach them how to vibrate, they're going to go out there in the world, in the idea of the planet, and they're going to make somebody's life hell because they didn't get their ass whipped when they was children. They're going to make somebody's life hell. Thank you, sister, big sister Sheila Debnam. Thank you for your contribution. I appreciate you. Just wanted to give her a shout out. She just sent me like $10 in the Cash App. It's all love.
Yeah, I got him. I got the, if you want to send a 15 elder a donation, we got the Cash App. I post it probably every 10 minutes. So yeah, so you should see it in the links. Go ahead, 15.
Thank you, big brother. So like I was saying, we're supposed to behave like the quantum field. We got to remember that's where we came from. That's where we're going to return to. And then we'll be moving about with Anu inside the quantum field, because like I told people before, if you drop the vowels, the A and the U on the Most High's, his name or title, it's the letter N. So Anu, or the Most High, would be in everything, the governing force of everything, the watcher of all things, the maker and mover of all things, the doer. See, the last judge and jury of all things. In. That's why they pronounce the sun An in Heliopolis, A-N. Either way it goes, it's just the letter N. Okay? The letter N is shaped like, the lowercase n is shaped like a door or a tunnel. If you draw the capital N, it's shaped like a wave. You go up, down, and up, but you go up twice. Okay? So quantum is where we belong, where we came from, and where we'll return to. And in that quantum field, you can travel the galaxies, the stars, instantly, like in a blink of an eye. You can go from one state to the next, as long as you're sure that's where you want to be. If you're confused, then you'll stay put way down and in limbo. In your what? Because the particle is still vibrating on emotions. Emotions, energy in motion. The only thing that puts you in motion is energy, you see? So as long as you have a good emotion, a good vibration, as the song goes, you'll be moving higher and higher and higher. You can reach the mother plane. You reach the mother plane, the clouds or the crowds of our family members that are up there in groups. They bring down the rain. They're the ones that make sure it's not a tsunami coming down on you everywhere. They don't just splash down whole clouds on people. That'd be equivalent to a crowd of 1 million people jumping on your head. They're not going to do that. They come down as individual drops. Then they get evaporated into the air that's breathable for all of us that are already down here flying in our earthly ships. And then we breathe in the family members and we produce them on the inside of the body. And then the man gives that being into the woman. The woman forms the whole physical body from the dust particles she's breathing in throughout the air to form the baby's flesh through the information of particles going in through her nostrils. The baby already is born with everything it's going to need. They don't need any shots, vaccines, vaccinations. You don't need any of that. And put it like this, if we needed vaccinations, then every being on this planet needs vaccinations. That includes fish, that includes microorganisms, that includes mammals, that includes reptilian life, that includes trees, grass, everything that's living needs a vaccine in that case. See, it's an insult to tell the quantum field that they sent you here and you're incomplete. You don't like your body. You don't like how I look. You don't like how you look because somebody put a hypnotic spell on your brain to think that what you saw in the mirror and your reflection is ugly. Somebody make you think that, to put that there, that idea. They had to give you an idea of a model is also, you know, an object, something that you create or mold and set on the table like a statue, right? So when these women grow up wanting to be models, they don't have any idea what they're doing. They just want to be liked because like is attractive. Attractive is magnetic, it's magnetism. Dealing with science, once again, you want to be magnetic. You want people to be drawn to you. But why? Ask yourself why you want a bunch of people to like you. You don't want everybody to like you. Trust me, I know. You start having too many people like you, it becomes overbearing, burdensome, starts weighing you down, creating problems you never had before. Trust me, okay? Which is why the model ends up with at least 3 or 4 stalkers in her day. See, men, models too, y'all got stalkers. It's women that dream about having you that can't have you It's men that dream about having the model. They can't have the model because of the magnetic pull you have on that person's brain. They can't get you out of their head, so to speak. That's magnetism. That's what models do. They sit there and look attractive. Then they want you to be anorexic, sick, thin, malnourished, not strong. They want you to be all of that. Thank you. Who was that? Sister Sharika. Thank you, Sister Sharika, for your contribution as well. Appreciate the love, and I love you back. Thank you. They definitely want to control us in magnetic ways. They want you to use your magnetism to perform dances and singing and shucking and jiving on stage. They want you to think the best acting or the best jobs in the world are in entertainment because the entertainers are the most magnetic visuals that you have from television. They're the most magnetic individuals that give you a visual. They lead you into wanting to be them when you can't. See, how many of us want to be like Baba? We can't. You listen, you can't be Dr. Malachi Zoduk York L. He's him. And while as long as he's him, why is anybody trying to be him? You can't. It's not possible. That's not the way we're designed. That's what people had to get to their head. I can't be Michael Jordan. I can play basketball, but I can't be Wilt Chamberlain. You see, I can't be Bill Russell or Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Hakeem Olajuwon, Shaquille O'Neal. I can't be these beings. I'm only a certain height, a certain width, certain length. I have a certain depth to me. Why do I want to be these things? Because there's an engine set in place in a system that has you thinking that you can be anything that you, magic word, want to be. Want is the magic word. You can't. It's a lie. You have to be who you are. And as long as you stand in your light, you'll glow. Everybody else will be attracted to your glow like a lightning bug when it glows. The children want to capture the light. They chase after it to grab it, put it in their hands, throw it in a jar, smear the lightning bug's butt all over the stuff. Talk about, look, I made my skin glow, and you done just murdered a beetle. This is the kind of stuff attraction brings pain, family. We have to control our wants. We have to know what we need. The word need backwards is deen. You hear your Muslim brothers and sisters say it all the time. I'm on my deen, right? They only acquire what they need in life, and that keeps them peaceful. You have to be happy with what you have and build upon that yourself. Maybe a loved one can give you a helping hand, but you can't be the loved one. You can't just steal their essence. What kind of parasite are you? You run around with these lookalikes. You got people running around looking like Michael Jackson. And they're making money off of it because people loved Michael Jackson. So they're using his magnetic attraction to lure people into their essence and take money and value from them and time from them. Your lookalikes. They're not the genuine thing. See, when your parents had you, you broke the mold. They broke the mold with you. You don't need anybody else to be like you. You don't need nobody running around sounding and talking just like you. That's pure, unadulterated stupidity in my book, and from my perspective. You might think otherwise. You might think it's a great thing for me to be just like Baba. But what you're realizing is you're not. You're not just like Baba. You just want to be. You're a wannabe. Now, who wants to be a wannabe? I love the master teacher, okay, with all my heart. I admire him. Everything he was able to do, I admire and honor. I'm just tired of people thinking that they can measure up to him, exactly him. And I'm like, bruh, stop. You got to be the best you can be with the God.
Hey, 15, you got muted out. Go ahead, go ahead. 15. Somebody, you know, somebody might have he might have got a call. He might have got a call. So just hold on, just he might got a call from somebody, because it usually happen when somebody call you. So like I say, why he probably dealing with the call. If you ain't got the books yet, we still got the book going for $50 for all 8 books. All you gotta do is send me a cash app, $50, and we'll send you the books to your emails. If you are new to the page, please hit that subscribe and like button so we can get the algorithm up. Know they got their machine watching us, man, because they shut us down. Like, there you go, right there. There, he back. He might have, like I say, he might have got a call. He back. Okay, go ahead. Back.
Sorry about that. My wife called me, man. You know, had to make sure everything was straight. She was just checking on me and everything. But yeah, so I can't be Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson was one of the most devastating boxers that's still living, right? I can't be Sugar Ray Robinson, but I can box. See, I can't be the who the world puts out there in front of us and says the TV will tell you a lie. TV's lie, right? So they'll tell you Beyonce, who can sing, okay, divinely sing. This woman's voice is beautiful. The way she carries notes like a bird is beautiful, okay? But you can't be her, sister. Sing the way you sing. Don't try to sound just like Beyonce. Why? You'll attract more people to your voice when you sing in your voice from your essence. You can't be the queen bee, which is her, because there's other queen bees out here. See, ain't no one queen bee on the planet. If it was, all the bees in the world had to go to her in order to create more bees. So we got to look at this with the natural mind that we've been given by the ethers. We have to think properly. We have to put our thoughts in proper order. Okay? You have to be able to know when you are the best you can be. Because then once you realize that, you've ascended, risen higher, you climbed the ladder that who placed in our bodies to do. You climb that ladder and you raise up. Every time you get older on this planet, you're getting wiser. You're getting more intelligent. You're learning how to do more with your hands. You're not just issuing out, let's say, paying somebody to do something for you. You're not going to be doing that anymore. You're going to say, I can do it. You're going to look at the holes in your clothes and you're going to get some thread and some needle and you're going to stitch that hole up because you can do it. You're not just going to go, I got to buy a whole new wardrobe. Who's making the clothes? Why don't you make them? This is elevating. This is ascension. Being responsible for yourself. You don't need a Bible to teach you how to be good to people because you know what it feels like to be punched in the stomach. So don't punch nobody in the stomach because you've been punched. It hurts. Okay? You know first to be slapped. So why would you slap somebody? People that have been shot know what it feels like to be shot. And I'm sure the person that shot you will soon learn too what it feels like.
Right.
Go ahead, Unc. I'm cutting out.
Yeah, you cutting out. Hey, you clear now though.
Oh, okay, sorry about that. Did somebody else want to speak? I'm sorry for hogging the microphone. Y'all can. Anybody else want to talk? They can talk too. Y'all want me to keep speaking?
Yeah, keep on going.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna give you a scenario. This is a truthful one now. It's one of my memories in this life here. When I was younger, I used to admire things that I couldn't possibly measure. I thought one day I could be Incredible Hulk. Like I used to admire Incredible Hulk when I was 6 or 7 and 8, you know. I used to want to be Lou Ferrigno when I found out Lou Ferrigno played Incredible Hulk. I thought I could be that big. I thought I could be Arnold Schwarzenegger, right? I didn't see many black bodybuilders back then, except for like Lee Haney and the rest of them cats. You know, without that image, I would have never wanted to be, or I can't say never, but they influenced me to want to lift weights and build my muscle. Now I could do that. I can build my muscle. But if I became a bodybuilder, which is what I can become, it's within my grasp to become a bodybuilder. It doesn't mean I'm going to be Ronnie Coleman. It doesn't mean I'm going to be Jake Cutler. I'm not going to be these people. They're them. The best actors in the world are themselves. Denzel Washington, no matter what movie you see him in, no matter what character, what makeup they put on him, what wig they put on him, he's still Denzel Washington in every movie. But he can get you to see him as another being in the movies. How does he do it? It's hypnosis, the camera, the film, the reel, the producer, the director. They got you thinking that this man is not who he is, who he was born to be. Then they'll give him an Oscar award for best actor, best liar, best impersonator, best impressionist. Some of the best actors, they put makeup on them. Some of the best actors, you don't even know that they them when they're in the makeup. Because they got you fooled. They got the whole world fooled behind the camera lens. I know I can't be Samuel Jackson. He's one of my favorite actors, but I don't think Samuel Jackson got a lot of range because he's Samuel Jackson in every movie I've ever seen him in. It doesn't matter what role he's playing. He's still Sam. When he was Mace Windu, he was still Sam. He's played villains. When I look at him, I see Sam. When I seen Denzel in the Book of Eli, it's one of my favorite movies he did. He was still Denzel Washington throughout the whole movie. Not once did I ever believe he was Eli. Not once. Okay? I see these people for who they are, and I give them a round of applause for their ability. You respect and honor a person's ability, but you don't try to take their ability from them like a parasite. You're gonna suck off of their talent and ability. I'm gonna be just like what's his name? Chadwick Boseman in Black Panther. I'm Chadwick Boseman after he done passed away. I'm the new Boseman. Nigga, shut up. Why don't you be who you are? Randy Watson. Why don't you be Randy McDaniel? Whoever your name is, be that. And then be the best that you can be in the world. And like I said, the world is an idea. So be the best idea of yourself on this planet. Leave your impression, a good impression on people. The way you press people should be in a good way. Otherwise, don't press upon them at all, because you'll just be ruining the person to have them thinking they got to be just like you. I heard the same brother that says he's the real Messiah is running around telling people he ain't going to be happy till everybody sounds just like him. What? I don't even like how your voice sounds. So why do I want to sound just like you? Why? I would have to be hypnotized to want it. You know what I'm saying? You got it, Dre. You feel me? You know, I got to look. If I was sounding like you, Dre, Catriel, all the time, if I was sounding like you and we was on the phone, we mimicked each other's voices. I'm a good impersonation. And the person that never met you don't even know if they're talking to you or not. They be talking to me, then you, then me, then you, and they'll never know that they never talk to you 100% of the time. That's what that causes.
Hey, it's mockery. It's mockery.
Yep.
Which means, which is his name.
Yep. It's a mockery. A mockingbird. You know, a parrot, a parakeet, a cockatiel. It's one of those. You copying people. And the copy is never the real thing. So if you want to be real, don't try to be like Beyonce, sis. Don't try to be like Michael Jordan, brother. Don't try to be like Muhammad Ali. Admire what they stood for and what they did, the impression they left on you. Build from it, but build a better you from it. Don't run around telling everybody, I'm the next Muhammad Ali. No, you're not. It was only one that we know of in that realm. There was plenty of Muhammad Alis and that existed on the planet, but they all did different shit. They all did different stuff. There's plenty of Anthony's on the planet, but they're all different in their own way. The only thing that makes them the same is the name. The name ain't nothing but a title. Nothing but a title. It's like an attribute. What do you call it? Or what do you call out to? If you can't identify a person that doesn't have a title, you'd have to just say he or she is, or it, you know, they. You can't say, oh, that's Brenda. That's Sister Mary. Because there's plenty of Brendas and there's plenty of Marys. But which one are you? There's plenty of Anthony's, but which one am I? I can't be all the other Anthony's. I can't be all the other Ramons, the Ramones of the world. I'm the Ramon I am, right? I can't be all the Nesbits. I got to be the one that I am. And if I tried to be any other one, I'd be stepping out of my own aura, or my own field of production. I can't be the best me as long as I don't know what that is. Can't be the best me trying to be Ice Cube. TV got our children thinking that they can do it. TV got our children thinking that if they don't want their penis that they was born with, they can get it cut off and walk around fooling the world. I'm a girl. No, you're not. I don't care if you're a feminine boy, but you're not a girl. You're not a woman. You never will be. Bruce Jenner, you're not a woman. Women should be insulted by any man that wants to be what they are. Men are insulted by any woman running around thinking she's a man. That's insulting. It's not correct. You know, it's out of cosmic order. We got that way because of mass hypnosis. If you don't think hypnosis is real, check again. It's very real. And hypnosis deals with manipulation. A pimp has to manipulate a woman for her to think that she can't get the American dream on her own or with her own companion of choice. When you choose your companion, don't choose him because he's got a lot of money, vice versa. Men don't choose your companion because they got a lot of money. If they got a lot of money, then they have a lot of money. It ain't yours. And be humble. Don't go begging. Hey man, you think I can get a couple million? No. And then when he say no, you mad. Well, then I'm gonna set him up. We're gonna rob this nigga next week. I'll get some of that cash. What? You see what happens? Now you immediately started going into the thought realm of it, pure evil. Now you bad. You went from good to bad because you're chasing something called happiness. And you think that that man that's got $1 million is happy. You don't know who that dude is. You don't know who that woman is. How can they be happy and they got $1 million? It's hard to achieve happiness or peace when everybody wants you. Everybody wants to be around you. Everybody wants to touch you. They want to rub, they want some of your light, some of your glow, your essence, to rub off on them like they did when I was a child, and you captured a lightning bug, and then you smeared a lightning bug's butt on the ground, and you done killed the poor beetle, because that's what happens when you steal people's light, family. You kill them. You take their essence from them. You got people running around not knowing who's who because somebody then was a parasite on the planet and they stole this person's energy. I don't think anybody's going to be Dave Chappelle after Dave Chappelle is gone, or Cat Williams or Kevin Hart or any of my favorite comedians. Ain't nobody else going to be them. They couldn't be Richard Pryor. They couldn't be Red Fox. They couldn't be Paul Mooney. Peace be upon them. There's not going to be another one of them, okay, unless they come back and do it. And I'm sure they ain't going to do it the same way they did before. They'll make some adjustments. They'll make some changes. There'll be different or better versions of themselves or worse versions of themselves. And there's no book, no holy book that can change that unless you're willing, what? To go under the hypnosis of the book. Because books provide hypnosis. But hypnosis is self-inflicted. It's voluntary. You want to be hypnotized, so therefore you buy the book. What do you want to be hypnotized with? Knowledge? You want to be hypnotized with an upgrade? You want to take yourself higher? You need some guidance. So then we go out. I myself, I'll buy a book. I'll buy one that's going to benefit me, one that's going to make me better. But I don't need somebody to tell me that. I'll just do it. I explained it to my father when I was younger. My dad told me that he don't know if he'd be a good man or not, peace be upon my father, if he didn't have a Bible, if he wasn't in the church, because that's what somebody made him believe. I don't know what I would be if didn't have the Lord. You'd be you. You don't hear no animals running around here going, I don't know what I'd be if it wasn't for the Lord. Wouldn't that sound weird? Wouldn't it? If a rabbit walked up to you one day and said, hey man, nigga, I'll pass out. I'll be like, oh man, I know it's over with. It's a wrap. You see?
Yo,
Go ahead, big brother.
15, just to not to interrupt your cipher, but I just want to jump back to something that your elder said earlier, man. I was in my car coming home, man, and when you said Baltimore, where they bought the Moors, man, I almost crashed my car, bro. Like, that was heavy. That blew my mind, man.
Definitely.
But go ahead. Yeah, that was deep, man. That was deep.
Yeah, bro. So if you see how nature responds, you want to be responsive like nature. Nature is responsible for self. Okay. When you watch documentaries, you watch your Animal Planet or whatever. Watch how these animals behave. Watch. They have to fend for themselves if they don't have a group of them to protect them. If they're not running in a tribe, right, or a flock, they have to defend themselves. I seen a kangaroo mouse in the desert. I was watching a study and a documentary on desert animals. I like to go back into the mind of ancient Tamaray, and we have plenty of desert animals in Tamaray, and I want to be able to understand these animals and what made them tick and how they operate. So I went and studied, and I seen how hard that life is. And immediately I was thinking and knew, thank you for me being what I am and who I am. I don't think I want to live like that. I seen this poor mouse, man, had 3 tunnels that she had to dig. And in order for her to protect her babies from the rattlesnake that had got its scent, the rattlesnake can get down in them tunnels. So she had to run home and transport her babies one by one to the new hole before they was eaten. You talk about an adrenaline surge. I was looking at that shit. My heart was pounding like, come on, make it. You got to make it. You got to make it. I seen another with 2 beetles. one beetle was trying to mate with another beetle, a female version of the beetle. She was already spoken for by another beetle, but that beetle didn't know. So he was trying to rape that beetle to get some. She fought him back. Then her man showed up, and then that other beetle kicked his ass, and then he ran off from the fight wounded. And while he was wounded, he almost got eaten by a frog. The frog picked him up in the mouth. He bit the frog's tongue, and the frog spit him back out. He survived that death. Then a tarantula was raised up above him and shoved him up under the tarantula. Then the beetle put the claws on the tarantula leg, and the tarantula let him go, and he survived that death. I said, damn, he almost died 3 times in less than 30 minutes. I don't want that life. I'm glad they do what they do. I'm thankful for every living organism on the planet that does what it does. Because everything in this plane of existence is fighting for survival every day. Every day. We have no idea how good we got it.
Man, if you ever watched the corals, like the corals in the ocean.
Oh, I watched those too, bro. I got stories on those too.
Man,
I know you know what I'm talking about,
Go ahead, do your thing.
No, I mean, I'm saying, I'm glad that you brought that up, because that's what I mean. That's what I'm talking about, brother.
The first thing that came to my thought was the quantum field.
Yep. So everything is doing a job. Everything is being governed. Everything is something that will take care of something else. There's millions of microorganisms that could potentially grow into parasitic beings and toxic beings, but they live in the micro world. And there's aquatic animals like water birds like ducks and geese and things, and they eat this stuff before you even come in contact with it. Without these water birds in the water, you wouldn't be able to go swimming, because there's things that would attack you on a micro level that could get inside your starship and override your nervous system, take over your body like a parasite. But there's birds that eat those parasites. There's birds that eat those insects that will potentially kill you. See, everything is being governed. So when Young Elder put out the book on the Galactic, the group that he was talking about, the Orion group, and he talked about the Galactic Wars, and we had went to war with the insects and war with the birds and war with the reptilians, and these wars are still going on, family. They're still going on right now. All of them, they never stopped. There were things put in place to check other things so that they wouldn't get out of control by multiplying extremely fast due to how well they're how well they fertile. I'm sorry, how well they procreate.
True indeed.
See, now who on the planet procreates in the human form, the who man form? Who procreates faster than we do?
Indeed.
Now you know why they started governing us with a government. They want to keep us from multiplying, because they know we multiply extremely fast, and we would have been took over the United States in sheer numbers. So they have to have you thinking that we're the minority. That's part of hypnotic spells. We are not the minority. We only think that way because every Nubian you see doesn't speak the way you speak. So you think, oh, he ain't black, he speaks Spanish. He ain't black, he speak Asian. He ain't black, he speak. They all colored, they all Nubian people, they all brown, and if they got nappy hair, then they're definitely some kin to you. You can't tell them they not you. They just live on a different part of the planet where they're governing a different part of the energy. We needed to be spread out. We can't all be clustered up on one part of the planet, right? And who told us that the planet was solid? They did. Who told us that the planet was hollow? Baba, right? At least the first one that told me. Now, I can't speak for everybody else. Some people might have knew the planet was hollow way before Baba, right? I'm talking about his physical body. Some people might have known that already. I'm sure they did. Back in ancient times, we knew things like this. But guess what? If the planet is covered more in water, And I mean, this is an island called a continent, which is floating on water like a ship. Africa, same thing. Asia, same thing. Australia, South America, same thing. These are islands. So what's underneath the island? Water. Then you got trenches in the water, sea floors, and then you have something called an abyss. It drops off and you don't know where there ain't no light down there or nothing. The light is generated from inside of the fish's body. There's some creatures down there that they create movies to hunt you and me. They create the idea from these creatures. They take other animals and mix and match body parts of these animals, and then they have us thinking that this being is out there running around. I laughed and I said to myself, they talked about tunneling into the center of the earth. You don't need to tunnel to get there. Who's drilling? Wouldn't you spring a leak after a while? You drill so deep into the crust of your continent that water just starts coming up? Wouldn't you drown once you got to the bottom of your continent? They have us thinking so weird. We can't put two and two together to really figure it out. There's a lot of large land masses that are above the water surface right now that were formed from volcanic eruptions in the water long time ago. So what created the land mass was the lava coming from inside of the planet in certain pockets of the planet, not all the way in the center, where there's other land masses and water. Planet is like a daggone bubble. But they got us thinking what? Oh man, there's a bunch of layers you got to go through. You can't nobody dig that far down in the crust of the earth because man, stop it. We did it. In ancient Tamaray, we did it. We already dug deep. We already made contact with other life forms that have had a chance to what you call mature. If you leave things alone long enough, they'll grow into maturity. Then you'll see that there's other intelligent life forms that were on a microorganism level and grew out to be as large as what we are. We start out as microorganisms called semen. We go from semen into the woman's womb, we get the other clothing, we come out, then boom, then we think we big shit. There's other things that start out that small that also grow large. You know? So I just want you to keep that in mind when you think about beings that come in from other galaxies. They're all here in some way, form, or fashion. And they all get a chance to expand and grow and learn. They pick up knowledge, they pass on, they go back to the planet they came from or the galaxy or star system. Either way it goes, they have to grow here. Everything here grows into what it is. And some beings are not allowed to get larger than microorganisms because if they were, they would consume everything on the planet. See? So they have to stay in the micro realm where the birds keep them there because the birds eat enough of them to keep them in check. Okay? And I just wanted to say that, and then I'm going to yield the mic to Young Elder. I don't know if he wants to keep
Hey, I think it
lecture
might
going.
cut off at 10:30. And we'll come back tomorrow. But like I say, it might keep going, but I don't know. I don't know for sure because I think I said it for 10:30 because I didn't want it to be like 10 hours long on the live. But like I say, like we'll come back. We're gonna be back on tomorrow at the same time though. I think it might keep going though. I don't know for sure. But if it cut off at 10:30, we'll be back on tomorrow at the same time. It's gonna be longer tomorrow though. I just had set it up for 10:30 because I was trying to manage my dealing with my cousin fixing that damn car. So I didn't want to be away from the damn screen and shit. while he was doing it, but he just not finished the car though. So
Okay.
so if it cut off, we'll be back on tomorrow. I don't think it ain't cut off yet, so it's 10:30 right now. So you probably can still keep going. I think it don't cut off till we cut it off, probably, but it's like it's still going now. So you can keep on going if it keep going.
Okay. Well,
I had set it. I set it for 10:30.
Hey, you know me, man. I can be a motor mouth, man. I'm long-winded.
Hey, you know me too. I'm
somebody...
motor mouth. Hey, that was my nickname. Hey, my nickname when I was amongst the Native American Indians and the Mexicans, they used to call me the radio. They used to call me. They used to change the channel on this nigga, man. You can turn it on whatever channel you want.
Turn it on.
Everything on like a radio, man.
You can call me a radio. Him in.
Yeah,
that's exactly what we is, bro.
Hey, but I don't think it's gonna cut off though. I'm gonna wait to 10:31. If it don't cut off, shit, you can keep going. I had it set for 10:30, but
remember I said we were ships.
Yeah.
What keeps a ship moving? A motor.
Yeah. Oh, it didn't cut off, man. Shit, you can keep going then. That shit ain't cut off. I guess it don't end till we end it then.
Man, hey, you know, I'm gonna yield the mic so we can, you know, discuss some things. But I want to remind people, Marcus Garvey said, look for him in the whirlwind, didn't he?
Yeah.
What's a whirlwind?
Tornado or
tornado, man, a hurricane. That's what I'm trying to say. So nobody can tell me that the elders don't know that we elements.
Yeah.
They all know.
Yeah.
Honorable Elijah Muhammad said he was going to be on the mother plane. That means he's up here with the clouds.
Yeah.
And that's where he wanted to stay. He didn't want to come back. He wanted to stay. And once you get up here in the cloud in that plane, you can rise up off the planet and go to another planet from there. You can be transported. The clouds move like ships. That's how they move. And they stay moving. And then we got what they call the four winds, right? The four winds, they keep things moving. That wind is moving the planet like magnetism keeps it spinning. The sun is magnetic, so it's pulling on the planet. The moon is pulling on the planet. Everything is magnetic and magnetism. So the wind itself that I say is the mind that teaches us all, that we all learn from. This is where all the ancestors are teaching us from. The wind. This is where they are. If you lay on your back on a nice day in the summertime, you at the park, you park your ship there, and you lay in the grass and just look up at the sky. You're gonna see a whole lot of stuff going on, a whole lot of activity. You're gonna see things, you're gonna recognize images and things that you probably wouldn't have noticed if you had your head down in your cell phone. That's like TV for us, watching the sky, the clouds. Nature speaks to us. You'll get up from that, from laying down in the grass, you'll get up from there with all kinds of ideas, all kinds of light that you want to share, epiphanies and spiritual thought patterns will start developing. Because it's right there in our faces, but we turned a blind eye and a deaf ear to it and a mute mouth a long time ago. They started having us believe instead of know. Now we think the word believe means to know. So you get you a microscope and look into the dirt so you can see all these microorganisms that live on this planet. Start taking a look at this stuff. Take a look at it. Let me see. I'm gonna share my screen real quick. Let me get to the picture first. I'm gonna show y'all what an electron microscope took an image of. Y'all know there's worlds upon worlds upon worlds right here. Right here. We just got to start looking at all the worlds. Everything that we're above, like, I'm not saying we're better than these things, because everything has its duty. It has its job in its place. So I can't say we're better, but look, we govern most of it. we keep it in check. A lot of it. A lot of this stuff. And we're learning how to manipulate these things like we used to back in time in ancient Tamaray. We used to know how to interact with this stuff, right? That's what we used to know how to do.
Hey,
I'm gonna show
I
y'all
got you
this.
the co-host done. Oh, I gotta make you the okay. All right, hold on. Yeah, okay. I thought I forgot you got cut off earlier and you had to get back on. Hold on, let me make it. Let me do it.
Okay.
Hold on, let me see. Can I do it like this? Okay, all right, boom. Yeah, you should be able to do it now. See, can you do it now?
Okay, thank you, big bro. Appreciate it. I ain't gonna hold y'all long on this. Say Zoom will start capturing everything that's displayed on your screen. Like, okay. All right.
Yeah, there you
go.
go.
To the gallery. All right, look at this. See the spinal cord? See the sperm entering the ovum?
Yeah.
Don't that look like a blue water snake or some shit?
Yeah.
Look at how the ovum looks like a sun, like a massive sun. An egg in a woman, in our women. This is there. Think about it. You cut the spinal cord open, it look like the shape of a heart. The spine, right?
Yeah.
Look at this. Sweat gland pores. Is that not a tunnel? A hole, a gateway to another world?
Right. The microcosm.
Yeah. Look at this stuff. This is what I'm saying. This is what we don't pay attention to anymore. This stuff. Resin cast of blood. That looks like trees, my G.
Straight up. Real talk.
Look like trees, bruh. That's a blood vessel. See? Skeletal muscle fiber bundle.
No, our veins come from the trees. Because like I said, we made of Bible said it too. We made of like 23 different of creatures that's here. Like we got some plant animals, like the pineal gland, the vessels, like the blood vessels. Like we got different parts of a plant and like different other creatures, you know, like that's mixed in with us, like this body, the body, you know what I'm saying?
That's right.
So I'm glad you just showed me that because you just gave me some more stuff to put in this new book that I'm writing.
This is an electron microscope, family, that zeroes in this close on the microcosm. Nerve bundles.
Fire.
Look at that. Nerve bundles, man. See? Inner ear hair cells. Right here.
Look like planets.
Look at that. The inside of your ear is another world.
Wow.
Like, you can't make this stuff up, bro. It's right here in your face. Human embryo implantation. Right here.
Oh, yeah,
something growing. A human embryo. Electron microscopes. Look at this. Goals. Call them snakes. Human sperm on the surface of an ovum. And only one can find the entrance and get in. Only one out of all them little water snakes right there, called spermazoa. Spermazoa.
So it's just like a host. They need a host.
Right. Now, every last one of them has a head and a tail, like a snake. Now, you think back in ancient Tamaray, we didn't see this?
Right.
Well, of course we did.
Exactly. We knew because we had microscopes. They try to make it seem like we didn't, but we did. That's how we were able to know. Another human embryo, 3 days old. I know some of, forgive me, some people, I know it's nasty to some of them to see it this close, but bones, human bones, inside of one looks like a bunch of caverns and caves. And come on, man, there's stuff like this that's inside the mountains. We are nature. We're comprised of everything that nature is put together so that we could walk around and observe it inside. human chromosomes and nucleus. Look at the chromosomes. Look at this stuff. This is real. This is an actual look at what it looks like. Hearing cells. Once again, another planet. This is allowing us to hear. All these little cone structures here, looking like little fibers of hair. Microscopic. This is the eye anatomy.
This
This
shit
is
look
what it looks
good
like.
on my laptop.
This is what it looks like right up close to eye anatomy. Stretchy material, a muscle, muscle fibers. Artery, brain cell in culture. Look at this.
A galaxy.
Thank you. You seen it and said it right away. That's a neuron. You see it? Look at it. It's lit up.
Yeah, that's a fucking galaxy right there. Show.
Brain cell, bro. This is what I'm trying to tell you. Like, this is shit that I study all the time that took my brain on another level, like on a trip. Like my brain went on a trip when I started looking into all this stuff, man, the small stuff. This is what they say a photon, these are photon images right here. And they're clusters of smaller things. These are photons right here, captured on an image.
Well, you get that whole meaning, as above, so below.
Yes. Here's another. Neurons in the brain. Looking like lightning.
This is like good shit.
A human embryo, 5 weeks old, inside the womb. See the tail? See how the spinal cord forms?
That is all reptilian, bro.
Look at that.
Mm-hmm.
We go through these changes, man, before we even get to what we are now.
What is time?
You know what I mean? That's 5 weeks old right there. Here go another one of the lymph node blood vessel, looking like a tree.
Mm-hmm.
No,
this stuff is just you can't
I
make
think we
none
more
of this
plant.
up.
And I think we more plant than anything because that's why we got it. That's why we supposed to eat that's why we supposed to be eating more plants than like meat. You know what I'm saying? I think we more plants.
Yeah.
Cause like a lot of the parts of the body's plant.
That's right. This is some of the images, man, that I captured so that I could show on the class, you know, when we started talking about this, because I wanted people to understand this is how my mind works when I think about us, when I think about the all, when I think about El Kalum. This stuff on a quantum level, they got a microscope that they're creating that can show you what an atom really looks like. They're creating one right now to capture the image of a single atom. And by they, I'm just going to say scientists. I ain't going to say Caucasians, white people. The scientists working on this stuff day in and day out to try to get a closer look at things that we already are aware of. We've been aware of them. But they never like for us to mature, because when we mature in age, we start waking up that we're the divine elves or gods sent down here on the planet from that universe that we just got done looking at. We went through all of those phases to get here. We had to travel through all of that. We had to keep moving. Growing is a form of moving. So we had to keep growing through it all. Growing, going through it all just to get here. Then we get here and we say stupid stuff like, I wish I was never born. What? You don't want to go. Let me send you through all of that stuff in memory while you're in the human body so you can see it. Because you're going to return back to the small stuff again. and then you're gonna travel the galaxies. Let me mute real quick. Y'all go ahead, and I'm gonna crank this truck up, and I'm getting ready to. I had to drop one trailer and hook up to another, so forgive me, family. Go ahead, big brothers.
I appreciate the knowledge, man. Appreciate the wisdom.
Always, big bro. Always, man. I appreciate y'all. Appreciate y'all not being deaf, dumb, and blind too. people that don't hear you when you speaking like this, they got to see them images to know. You know, they got to see it. But it's the truth. This is why I be telling people, where is hell at? You see, where is it at? Come on, man. People be playing with your emotions, bro.
Mm-hmm. And that's why I be always telling, once you learn your body, what's inside, you learn the universe. Because you are that.
Hey.
Hey, I gotta step away for just a second. So if you calling me, I'm gonna be using the bathroom. So just give me a second.
Do your thing. Do your thing. We return back to all of that stuff, and that's the stuff that nurtures and takes care of us too. The subconscious of things. The subconscious is the subatomic particles.
Yo, one thing, yeah,
Uh-huh.
one thing that I'm extremely excited about is the speed in which this sun cycle has began its evolution. You know what I'm saying? You know, it's becoming so natural, not to mention with the children that are being born in this time. You know what I'm saying? You can see the evolution in their minds, you know. I'm just excited about this, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, just the fact that, you know, the reuniting is happening, and you know what I'm saying, everything is happening exactly the way it's supposed to be, man. So keep doing what you're doing, man. Because
we doing it.
I mean, but you know, keep doing what you're doing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Thank you, big bro.
Because you're dropping a lot of seeds out there, and it's spreading fast. To the will of the Most High, it's spreading faster than I can even imagine. But I see what's going on. You know what I'm saying? And you know, we're gonna stay doing what we're doing. You know, and you know, the evolution is inevitable right now. So, and it's a beautiful thing to see.
Facts.
Remember, I kept telling you, man, expect good news, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah. Yep. I get up when I rise up out of my bed every day. I'm thankful to all the small. I give thanks to all the small stuff. I'm telling you.
Mm-hmm. You got to, man.
Anu included in all of that. First, El Kalum, the all. You know what I mean? And then I start thinking water, air, atoms, molecules, ions, you know, all of that stuff. Because unbeknownst to me, on a regular basis, I'm so much larger than that stuff right now. But without that small stuff, I wouldn't even have a whole human body. The body is made up of all the small stuff.
Yeah,
you know.
Indeed. Yeah.
Look how many hair follicles you have on your head, and how much each strand, right? Each strand of hair is important. Each strand.
Yeah.
Some people buy, man, your hair ain't nothing but bacteria, man. And like, and that's important. What kind of bacteria? It's coming out of the body for a reason. It serves its purpose on the inside of you and on the outside of you. It's important. It's letting you know you're cosmically connected. You can call them antennas, you can call them cords, but they're coming out of you and they're reaching out. You think the hair don't feel the air, the electricity in it? all that stuff is being fed into the brain from the scalp, the nerves that are attached to each hair, each strand of hair. If hair wasn't important, then when somebody pulled a strand of hair out, and you know it hurts like a motherfucker, and somebody just take one hair and ding right out your scalp, you feel that through your whole body. That's how important hair is. And they got us shaving our heads, man, cutting our hair off, cutting our link, cutting our cords. It's part of your DNA. They can clone you from a strand of your hair. Ain't that something? Cloning. That's what I was telling everybody about, when Mother Ninti and them was, when we was creating a being to help work the minds, because we didn't want to get our hands dirty no daggone more. We didn't want to lose any more people and any more Anunnaki elementals in the flesh. You know what I mean? We was like, we're gonna clone a being to do this for us because we don't want to do it no more. So we gave a life form that pre-existed already. We altered the genetics of it to try to speed it up. At first, the men was just taking the semen that came out of their bodies and they was trying to make it work with just the semen by implanting our semen in the female mammals and female other animals to create, something like us. And it wasn't working right. And then we had to end up taking a bit of ours, male semen, splicing that with a bit of the male animal semen and putting it together inside of her egg. Then it came out reasonable. So we needed the female scientists to volunteer themselves for this experiment. And then we had to watch several atoms that we created, beings, tribes of people. We had to watch several of them fade out and die. We weren't allowed to interfere with every life form that we created. We had to create them and then let their lives expire without intervening. You see? So once their work was done, we went on, let them die out so they could go back into the quantum field.
Yep, and there's one of them that got like 6,000 years. It was fucking shit up. Now they about to expire.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? And they running rampant right now. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, still got to be humble.
Yep.
Still got to be humble.
Definitely am.
With those with ears to hear and the eyes to see, you still got to be humble.
That's right.
It's just a school, man. It's just a school. Just don't get stuck in middle school.
Yeah. Don't get stuck in the middle.
Stuck in middle.
What's another word for middle? Meso. 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 As in Mesopotamia.
Exactly.
It was like a middle period for us. We all came into the larger existences from the smaller existences and traveling the stars and the galaxies. Some of us had already developed into the macrocosm. Some of us had already created what you call the planet-sized ships, because planets are ships. And they move throughout the galaxy. But see, every planet in the galaxy, this is what people don't remember. The planets in the galaxies weren't in perfect orbit. So Nibiru, being one of the suns that travels and moves about, which was one of our home planets, it in itself didn't have a direct route. It was on an elliptical path. All the other planets, before we had a large sun that they could gravitate to, and that sun could move them in orbit around it, spinning it and keeping it away from the whirlpool called the black hole. Things weren't always like that. They had to be set up that way. So it was a lot of chaos. That chaos came into order when the lights got brighter. More intelligence was produced. More reasonable ability was produced. Then we were able to keep track of things due to governing forces. Everything needed the checks and balances, everything. Or it would get out of control, out of hand, spiral out of control, they say. Now it's not like that. Things are governed. And there's a reason why the cosmic order is set up the way it is, all the way down to the smallest of the smallest of smallest things. Because the smallest of the smallest things are, to me, they're indestructible from this point of view, from this perspective here, third dimension. You can't even get to them.
What's the law of alchemy?
Transmutation.
The smallest thing, what?
Oh yeah, yeah, that's that's what that's what he was saying when I started reading into what alchemy is. And the smallest things do hold the most power, but that's some shit that he was saying as well. He came up with a phrase, a catchphrase.
But that's what they do, though. But that's what they do. They give you a little bit of truth so that you believe it. But at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? That don't mean
right.
that, you know what I'm saying?
I mean, yeah, I don't neglect the information, Smallest things do hold the most power.
Like you talk about
they
that
hold
peon,
everything
right?
together.
You know what I'm saying? Like that peon, right?
They hold everything together. Smallest things are indestructible to us here. We got our colors. Now each color is also representative of an emotion or a mood or a type of consciousness. That's why mood rings reflect the colors that you vibrate on. Rainbow shows you the colors in the individual split, but still layered together. There's an emotional spectrum right there coming from the light. Each color is a type of emotion. Yellow is one of the intellectual colors going into green. Yellow and blue is what is creating the green. So, and that's down here on this level. You also have a reverse of that going on the outside of our ozone layer. It works in the other order. So these colors give birth to other colors, which are energy and emotions. And there's constantly things that we thought took place billions of years ago. They're still going on. They've just been put in check. That's what happened. They got put in check. Now you got your Maldekians. They mixed in with us. Reptilians mixed in with us. Riskians in us. You see? We go through those phases as we grow through the microcosm into the macrocosm.
Underwater.
And then we end up like what we are, a refined version of cosmic or quantum cosmos, nature or natural order. And they call us naturals. Natural is like another word for netaru or netaru. We're the netters. And back in the ancient times, that's what we just described it as, so that we could teach the children the sacred knowledge from a very young age on up. Because our children mature faster than anybody else's child on the planet. They try to make it seem like the Asian children are the smartest. I'll be like, they're smart. I ain't gonna tell you that they dumb. I'm saying they don't mature faster than us emotionally. People don't even consider emotions being part of intelligence. They want you to get rid of your emotions. You ain't supposed to get rid of them. You're supposed to control them. That's part of adult maturity. Controlling the emotions. Children are emotional when they're young. They cry about everything. we help them get that in check. So we come up with magical hypnotic catchphrases like, there's a time and a place for everything, you know. That's supposed to guide you when your parents ain't around. Those little sayings. A time and a place for everything. Everything, not some stuff. Dude be like, why are you getting mad? Well, maybe it's time for me to get mad. And it's the place for me to get mad. And if it ain't the place, let's create a place. Let's not create the place in the house at grandmama's house when the family's over for dinner and we done got mad at each other. Now we're going to fight right there in the living room and move all the furniture out of place. That ain't the place for it. Let's go outside is what you say. Step outside, nigga. Let's create a place. Then we can do battle. If we not going to create the place, let's stop being mad in this space and time right now. Move it to another time. And by the time you think about it, you done thought about it long enough to say, you know what? I don't even want to fight this dude no more. I ain't even mad at him no more. You cool off. You don't overreact. You become stable again. An unstable reactor is what we become when we get mad, pull out our guns, and want to blow everybody's brains out. How many times have you seen a Nubian man go into a school and shoot everybody? I'll wait.
Hey, niggas don't do shit like
I
that.
haven't seen it.
Thank you. We don't do shit like that.
Hey, you know, it's a group of people that just committed suicide, like by taking I think some kind of poison or something recently. And hey, well, I don't think it was no niggas involved with that, because like Baba said, niggas don't do suicide. Niggas don't jump out of plane, niggas don't rock climb, none of that type of crazy shit, you know. Like you know what it is? The white folks they like to be on like the edge, like that, like they gotta experience they six ethers, so they gotta experience dying to verify that they're alive, you know, to verify that they living. They gotta experience death and say, oh, I almost died, so that means that I'm alive, I'm living, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. You see anything else chasing cars except for dogs?
Yeah, I always wonder why why do dogs chase cars? Why do dogs chase the cat? You know, it's different shit. Hey, it's a different, like dogs, they're on a different frequency. Dogs are on a low frequency, you know, than cats. Cats have a higher frequency. You know, but the dogs, man, they on a low frequency. So they just chase a car, bark. Not all dogs do it, but like you just chasing the car, barking at it, and when they howl when they hear like the ambulance come by, they go, oh, they howl and shit. So I you know what I think it is? I think with the ambulance shit, because the dog have such a high frequency of hearing, I think that it fucks with they hearing or something, like it annoys them, you know, because they hear, yeah,
the frequency resonates in a negative vibe for them.
Yeah, too high, you know. Go ahead.
They can't see that good. That's why they smell and hear very well. They can't see that good. Most of their vision don't catch every light spectrum of color. So they're colorblind. The majority of them see in brown tints and gray, you know, type tints. They don't see everything that you and me see. So they got to get up close and personal on things and then smit and sniff. That's why they're always sniffing butts. They're always sniffing butts. And if you don't give a dog a bath, the dog won't bathe. A cat will clean itself. Cats are very meticulous, very quiet. See?
You know, a raccoon, because I'm from the country, man. Like my dad, like a raccoon will wash their hands before they eat and shit like that, man. A cat will take a shit and then cover it up with dirt. They won't leave it like
Yeah.
a dog would. Dog just take it right up in the middle of your yard, drop one right in the middle of your yard. But a cat is like when they get through doing it, they'll cover it up with dirt. You know what I'm saying?
That's right. Cleanliness is next to what?
God.
Godliness.
So go ahead,
I say you better know it.
that's what I'm saying. I pay
Cleanliness is
attention
next
to
to
them clean
God.
animals.
Mm-hmm.
Them clean animals, birds, they get themselves baths too. They clean off their
Bird bath.
feathers. Huh?
Hey, that's why they call it a bird bath. Take you a bird bath.
Yeah. Those them the little birds. What about the birds of prey?
Right.
They clean themselves just like that cat does.
Mm-hmm.
And then look at gorillas. Gorillas, they, man, I see a female ape gorilla in the hair of the silverback gorilla, and she was picking out whatever bug she could find, and she was shoving them in her mouth. I was like, she cleaning her man up, but she eating them bugs. Cause you know the gorillas, they eat bugs, they eat leaves and different fruit stuff like that too. You know, but that's part of their cleaning routine. They clean each other. They look out for each other. You know, even the lions, like they lick their fur. Uh, what else?
Hey,
The
birds.
alligator. Uh-huh.
My bad. Birds also they land on like cows and like big mammals like hippos, and they actually eat like the ticks and shit off of them. Oh yeah, my bad.
Read my mind on that one. Nah, you ain't no bad, bro. I was going there.
Yeah.
You just, you knew it. You knew I was going
Yeah,
there.
you about to say something about the alligators though. What about the alligator? You better say something about the alligators.
Well, alligator don't have a tongue, so he can't get none of the stuff in his teeth out of his teeth, and he can't get none of the stuff that's down in the lower jaw out of there. And there's this bird. It's a little small bird that he opens his mouth for. The bird goes in the alligator's mouth and helps him clean his mouth up. And he don't eat that bird. They got a bond, a relationship. They look out for each other. Things in nature have weird relationships. And everything you see in nature is on a different time zone. That's why I was saying dogs, if they come from Canis Major, they're some of the shortest living mammal animals that we have. When somebody tells you, man, you aging in dog years, that's an insult. That means your ass is, man, you looking real old, like, and you a young dude. Now, take that in consideration to us and the Caucasoid. Our DNA go all the way back to before the Homo saurus and the dinosaurs. We lived through those time periods. So we have those types of things in our genetics to help us live long, but mammal type beings that grow fur instead of hair, they age very fast. Very fast. In dog years, damn near. They had to come from a certain star system to age that fast. We come from star systems where we don't age that fast. We vibing on a different frame of time. So when they say you on you on nigga time, you on CP time, colored people time, that's real. What we in a hurry for? We ain't in no hurry for nothing. Any nigga that is in a hurry, pick that stuff up from that dog that chases that car and poops anywhere and just wears matted fur. That's the kind of thinking that nigga picked up. Acting more like a canine. Go out there and dig up a bone. Then you bury the bone. There's things that dogs do that Caucasians do.
Oh, here we go.
I'm just, you knew I was going there. You knew it. I was pointing it out. There's things that black people do that birds do, that reptiles do, lizards and snakes. How many times have you seen a black man smoke a blunt with an iguana? They smoke, you see, because they can. How chill is a lizard? Look at the chameleon and how slow it moves. He ain't in no hurry for nothing. Neither is the koala. How many fingers does a koala have? Sloths. Look at the sloths and how slow they move. Koalas sleep most of the day in trees, holding on to branches, just sleeping. Sleeping all day. You ain't got nowhere to be. Until a snake is climbing their tree that can swallow his ass. 9 times out of 10, they go ahead and die. Because they waste a lot of energy when they do run, and then they go back to sleep. I mean, I be studying this stuff, bro, and I just be cracking up laughing, going, look at him. He ain't got to go to work. The koala is not paying rent for to sleep in that tree branch. His rent is when that snake come around. The snake is the landlord. He gonna move. Snake come up the tree, rents do, nigga. Koalas move. Monkeys do the same thing because they can get eaten by certain snakes. So they move. They don't sit there waiting on the landlord to get there and kick them out. They know he's coming. And when the landlord leave, he come right on back to that tree. I'm like, all right, I'm back home again, back. How many of us can do that? I'm talking about in our own homes. Like, we don't own them. This is the proof that we don't own them. We might be comfortable in them, but we don't own them. You don't own anything. In actuality,
Sure
you
indeed.
own you might be renting the flesh that you have because you don't own that either.
Sure indeed.
You know what I mean? Only thing that only thing we really owning, and we don't own that, we share it, is breath. We share that. So again, what do we own? What is your own? I'm not saying that to depress anybody. I'm just letting everybody know everything is sharing. How do we get so stingy? How we get so stingy? You know, that stinginess doesn't even make any sense. Everything is sharing. So helping each other is part of sharing. Sharing is caring. Not caring the lady that dials 911 on the black people having a barbecue. Not that caring. I'm talking about caring. I don't know what makes certain women and men of that shade of hue think that they have to have things their way, or else they ain't happy. There go that word again, happy. They disturb our peace because we are being who we are, and being who we are naturally disturbs their peace. They're making me uncomfortable. They blasting their music next door. I'm calling 911. Have you tried going over there and asking politely and making it reasonable? Don't just go over there and go, hey man, I'm trying to sleep over here. That right there, ain't nobody gonna listen to that. They see your anger and they try to level up on your anger and one up you. So when you go in the house, they turn the music up louder. You came over irritated, they're going to show you how irritated they can be. How about you come over and you offer the man a peace treaty, a truce. Let him know what your schedule is like. I can understand you calling the wolves if he don't cooperate and you came in peace. Like any other extraterrestrial, I come in peace. Like, hey man, I come in peace. You know, I got off at 6 a.m. And you started turning the music up kind of loud, kind of early. You know, I would appreciate it if you could turn it down enough for me to get some sleep. If it can't see that, then the person is being unreasonable. That's when you call the wolves. You don't threaten them. Man, if you don't cut it down, I'm gonna turn it down for you. That's a good way to get yourself your head blown off. You know what I mean? Because then that nigga gonna go, I wish you would touch my stereo. And that wish will come true. He gonna touch it, and now you got to be a man of your word now. Now you got to show him that you was about what you said, you know. Touch my stereo, nigga, and I'll break both your hands. You know the threats we say when we mad. We say crazy shit. You know damn well it's gonna be hard for you to break both his hands, but you damn sure gonna go for it. Y'all gonna be out there tussling around on the concrete, both of y'all hurting each other. And all you had to do was turn the music down a little bit. Our Mexican brothers and sisters, they live just like we do. The majority of them, they like to play their music loud too. And park all their cars in the driveway and their trucks and they pickup trucks and 4x4 trucks, different color trucks. Like, damn, how many trucks you got? My neighbor got 3-4 daggone pickup trucks. And he's always working on them and detailing them and playing the Mexican trumpets and that bass line that they always play that sounds like it comes from the circus. Boom, 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 boom. And the trumpets. And I got to hear that shit when I'm trying to sleep. But I just ignore it. I just turn my volume up on my radio, and my radio be playing sleep music or something. And I'll turn my fan on, and then I'll go to sleep to the vibration of that noise. But I ain't gonna go over there and bother that dude. I don't give him no problems. None. Because I don't really want any. I'm really not that mad, you see? I'm just tired. Gotta find a way to get to sleep without antagonizing this dude. He has no idea he's pissing me off. I can't just walk out there in my drawers. Hey man, you know, it'll be war. He ain't gonna like that. I'm not gonna dial 911 and have him coming over because he's gonna know it was me. He's gonna know. You know, I leave that shit alone, man. And I come outside, I see him, he see me, I wave, he wave, and we go on about our day, man. I'm gonna bother this guy. I might need him, you see? He works on cars. I might need him. I don't want to burn that bridge down before I have to cross it. We got to establish more bonds and more relationships, especially with the other species of humans on this planet that we're responsible for. They don't know yet, but they're learning. A lot of the people on the planet are learning that Black people are responsible for their very existence in a skin suit. They might have existed in microorganisms before that. They existed in the quantum field before that. And we gave them an opportunity to govern themselves here. We couldn't always be on top of them, telling them what to do. The mixed people that we have, we can't always be telling them what to do. They deserve their own landmass, their own chance to rule over themselves. We got to be able to get over the servitude era. Serve me, I'm your master. Everybody want to be everybody's boss and master and tell everybody what to do. Master yourself. Master yourself. And when you become a master yourself, it doesn't mean you get to master over everyone else that hasn't mastered themselves yet. You can be a guide, help them figure it out. But as far as you going, hey man, if you don't do what I say do, and then here come a crazy threat. Like your mom and my mom used to do when I was a child, and my mom say, boy, if you don't shut up, I'm gonna knock all your teeth down your throat. My eyes would get so wide because I'd be thinking in my brain, all my teeth? You can't just pop me in my bottom lip. You got to knock all my teeth down my throat. How did you get that mad at your very child? You know you love your baby, and you know you don't want to have to prove that you can do it. So what does the boy do? He does his best to shut up. And then his attention span runs out. And he forgot that mama said she was going to knock your teeth down your mouth. And he starts talking, clowning, doing whatever it was he was doing to annoy mama. He does it again. Now mama has to show him. She reaches back in the back seat, backhands him. She's got a ring on every finger. So she puts all that metal to your mouth. Now, she didn't knock all your teeth down your throat, but I'll be damned if she didn't strike lightning when she hit you. And you be thinking, mom hate me. No, she don't. It's stress. Unreasonable stress. She didn't know how to get past the emotion that you was helping her generate, because she got all these other woes and problems and burdens on her shoulder. And the only way she knew how to stop it was to make it worse. Because after she pops you in the mouth, what happens? You start screaming. You could swear for a few seconds you were dead. And then what does your mom say? Shut the F up before I do it again. And you thinking, what? And then you shut up because you don't want to get hit like that no more. You just deal with the pain. Learning experience. Pain. Because she taught you that, you can't wait to do it to somebody else. So you go to school and you find that dude that gets on your nerves or that girl. And now you can't wait to backhand them in the mouth. But it don't work the same, you see? So we teaching the children through anger and frustration, not how to control the emotions. Your child got to be able to see you controlling your emotions in order to learn how to control their own. They take guidance from watching you, and they learn more from our actions than they do of what we say. They pay attention to your actions. Actions speak louder than words without speaking at all. Because I'm telling you, I'll be ready to do a number on my boys. I have to catch myself. I've been there. I've been to that overwhelming rage and anger and you know, giving them a whooping and shit. To where my wife gonna be like, all right, now I think that's enough. You be looking at her like, you know, you do it then, you know. But I couldn't wait, excuse me for spitting. I couldn't wait for my children to get to a reasonable age. Because when they're 2, 3, and 4, it's very hard to reason with a child. They don't have the wisdom yet. Once they start coming of age and they get to 11, 12, and 13, you got to start using more of your words. You got to start taking things that they desire away from them, setting them down and teaching them the value of giving the mom and dad a helping hand around the house. That way, when they move out on their own, they do it on their own. They don't say to you, I can't wait to move out of this house just so they can live nasty. I told my son that the other day. I said, boy, I know I'm teaching you how to be clean. Why do I have to tell you to do the dishes? Why do I have to tell you to clean the bathroom? Don't you want a clean bathroom? And then when his girlfriend comes over to the house, he running around, scraping and scrapping before she get there and cleaning his room up, cleaning it. And then I'll be smiling going, I knew your ass wasn't nasty. You don't want her to see it, do you? So I know it's working. He's just lazy. He does it when he wants to do it. Does it on his own time. But it's working. He is learning. My youngest son, I tell him, hey, I don't want to have to keep reminding you every day that it's your duty to clean the kitchen. Everybody in the house got a job but you. This is your job. Maintain it. I shouldn't have to tell you to clean the kitchen. Now, should I? He'd be like, no, sir. I'll be like, all right, then. And then the next day, I got to go in his room and tell him, clean the kitchen, boy. How did you forget? Overnight, you forgot. One full Earth rotation, and your son forgets everything. Because his mind is warped on video games. They live for that shit. They live for the cell phones. This stuff hypnotizes our children. It takes over their brain. It's all they think about. It's all they think about. So I'll be like, look, I don't care if you play the game, as long as you clean that kitchen. Not do the dishes. I need you to do the dishes. I need you to put up the other dishes you wash in the cabinets. I need you to sweep and mop this floor. I need you to wipe the counters down. I'm trying to teach him the whole thing. Can't have him living out on his own, living like a dog. I don't want to walk in my son's house and there's an odor. And I don't know where the odor's coming from. But you know, just like Young Elder taught early on, a year ago, 2 years ago, if it smells bad, it is bad. There's demons in the ethers. 6 ether forces stink like methane gas. And it causes disruption in the brain functions. It's hard to think straight when somebody's breath is stinking real bad and they're real close to you. They're in your face and they just said about 10 words that begin with H. And you sitting there going, oh man, you're killing me. And then when you give them a piece of gum, oh, what you trying to say? My breath stink? Nigga, what? You know your breath stink. You can't sit here and act like you don't smell it. You got the whole car stinking. I shouldn't have to tell you that that's you. So take this gum and shut up, is what you be wanting to say. I'll offer a human being a stick of gum, but I'll also balance it out. I'm not just going to give you the gum. I'm going to take some myself. I'll be putting a piece of gum in my mouth before I offer you one. Now, if you don't take the gum, I'll bust out laughing and say, man, quit playing with me. You need this gum. And if that person gets mad, conversation's over. I'm going to walk away from you. I ain't got time for this. I don't have time because a stench can give you a headache. Am I lying? Have you ever gotten a headache from something stinking you didn't know where it was coming from? Am I the only one?
No.
Yeah, thank you.
Get sick, throw up. I roll the window down.
Definitely get sick, can't you,
Man.
That stuff it's foul. A foul odor, it's like a demon odor. It's a demon.
Yep. Yep.
You see on them commercials when they selling their cleaning products and their air freshener products, they always show the bubbles looking with mad faces and the stench is demonic. This stuff is real. Tarot card readers and readers of different things, you know, rune stones and all that, they gotta freshen the air up first before they can start reading. Otherwise, can't get your thoughts together. No way I'm gonna read the tarot cards or the rune stones and it's stinking in the room. You're sitting up there going, man, there's some demons in here. Open a window, you know. Oxygen is a purifier. Oxygen to trap all that stuff in little particle ships and carry them right on out into the atmosphere so they can be carried off somewhere else. So I'm a firm advocate of opening the windows to the house and letting the odors out.
Yep. Air it out.
Got to air it out. Get them demons up out of here, and you'll feel better. Shoot. I'm telling you, when a person is, put it like this, half the time your breath might be stinking because of your eating habits. If you eat a lot of flesh, lots of what they call meat is flesh. You eat a lot of flesh, your breath is going to have rotted flesh coming through your windpipe when you talk. It's going to smell like somebody crawled inside you and died.
Not only that, if your teeth is decaying.
Rotting the teeth, rotting out. And there'll be odor coming right out your mouth. Oh, dear. And then you don't want to be in that person's company no more because their breath smells so bad. It'll come through your skin, your pores. People be smelling real salty. That's how you know this person got some shit with them. Excuse me. Oh, they be like, this nigga that made his skin stink. You'd be like, man, what you been eating? Clean your system out with some chlorophyll. Eat some green vegetables. Let your bowels move for a day or two before you go back at eating some meat. You know, so just balance things out. Take care of yourself.
Exactly.
Exercise. Make sure you sweat. And then make sure you take a shower after you get done. I'm the kind of dude that cleans up before he goes to the gym. Then I'll work out and then come home, take another shower and throw my soggy clothes right in the washer. Because I don't want none of them odors overthrowing the house. My wife can't take it. She got a nose like a bear. She'll sniff out an odor. She'll be all over the house going, where is that coming from? I know somebody saw y'all don't smell this. She'll be losing her mind. I'll be like, calm down, babe. It's all right. She'll be like, not till I find it. It ain't. Can't deal with it. She won't let it ride. Then she'll sniff it out and then go to cleaning it. And that's why I love her, because she's not nasty. She can't deal with nothing nasty. Most of our sisters in the world are like that. They're real clean women. And they don't really like to be using a bunch of air fresheners to mask the odors. If the stench is coming from the carpet, well, sisters usually get that shampooer. If they don't have one, they'll rent one from a family member. Girl, let me use that shampooer. My house got an odor. Because it be down in the carpet. A whole planet of microorganisms living in the carpet. Got your house stinking like demons. Stuff you done tracked into the house from the outside. If you took an electron microscope to your carpet, you'd probably throw up. You'd be going, man, I didn't know all that was living down there. You'd be scared to walk barefooted on your own carpet. Stuff be jumping right on your feet. No. Ah, man. Y'all think I done talked enough? No, a couple elders already left. Young elder, you sleep?
Yeah, I'm gonna shut it down, man. I'm gonna
Okay.
I'm gonna fade out, man.
Yeah, man. You'll fade to the other side.
Yeah, like I was already gone like for a little bit because like man, I'm finna gone because it's already 12 o'clock. Well, 11:30 where I'm at. I think we got enough recording for the night, but we could be back on tomorrow, same time. Since we missed them for 7 days, we gotta touch them up. We're gonna probably come back tomorrow again.
All right. And
Yeah,
I'll be willing. You know, tomorrow
yeah.
I
We're
won't
gonna
talk so long.
we're gonna crack heads again tomorrow,
into,
man. Because we might have some more stuff to talk about tomorrow. Because we know it just whatever the day brings. We freestyle. You know what I'm saying? We freestyle off the dome.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
gonna
I could talk to him tomorrow about certain animals that like certain birds. Like, and I don't know a lot of people that don't know this, but I'm gonna give them a hint. The owl is one of the eagle's worst enemies. So I can go in on that tomorrow.
Yeah, we can talk about birds, the language of the birds. The language. That's what matter of fact we'll call the class the language of the birds. Because that's part of a language. That's part of a language. Cause I seen, like, it's funny that you say that. I seen 2 owls. Well, I saw a hawk try to jump an owl, and the owls double teamed him and jumped him.
Because hawks come from that breed of eagle. They're a smaller species of the eagle.
Natural selection.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, we got to go in on that. We're gonna go in on that.
Yeah, language of the bird class tomorrow for everybody that's tuned in, man. We're gonna get back in it tomorrow.
Talk about the raptors.
Yeah, the evolution of the birds.
That's right.
And the reptilians. And the birds lay eggs, reptilians lay eggs. So it's definitely a connection.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the raptors. Yeah. Hey, I enjoyed the audience, the family that was listening in.
Yeah, we had
they learned.
We got 1,000 plays on this shit already, man. It's 1,000 plays on this shit. So it's like 1,000 people that. All right.
And I hope everybody understands Tahuti thought. I hope they understand that. Yep. You get beings out here saying that they're Tahuti. You should, don't correct them. Just let them know you're aware of who and what who is. They can't trick you. They might be able to get some people with that, but they ain't gonna get you. You run with thought just like they do. I just want y'all to keep that in mind. It's the ladder that we climb to our higher selves. And without who, we can't climb to our higher selves or ascend up the ladder. So we need thought, pure thought. Yep. I just want to leave that with y'all. Wadu family.
Hey, Wadu, Ashug, Hotel, Islam, peace to everybody that was tuned in. We're gonna get at you tomorrow. Wadu, we out.